tremendous experience in politics. However, even the first round, he wasn't able to win fully. Now, Kufuor once again showed his experience in politics by getting all the other opposition parties together to back him, and that was what pulled the trick for Kufuor. I don't believe Akufo-Addo has that trick to pull. He can't. I will say that Ghanaians will learn a bitter lesson of leadership if he wins. I say a bitter lesson of leadership. Leave that to me. That's all. Ghanaians will learn a bitter lesson, a leader, if he happens to win. But I don't believe he will win, because definitely all along he's been bloated by the press and he thinks he was winning. I don't believe he will win. Elections in this country since the time of Osagyefo Kufuor, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Elections have been peaceful, gone through that for years. And in this Fourth Republic, I think this will be our 6th election. I believe strongly that Ghanaians will be very, very much matured and look at elections as elections and not war. I call on all peace-loving people, particularly the youth, not to be deceived by anybody.
There were many members of Kukuda. The identity was a coalition. Meaning, no mammy firm. Or near the Abibum, concerns now will call. I should be joining or what that our MPPD model, Intimate Testament. Like in my case. Well, we'll be anti me manage on board the share into me won't to me or be anti me they call Freddie Blair, will be anti me. And you guys will become share. You be say.
Over to me, SEO, said Ghana, CMPP, back I said, I'm a Monaco.
You will go for or buy MPP in the crown or so the police station. Youth organizer, oh, yeah, the modern one. Atosi. A binary say, any important to Juma. Yeah, government.
Ahotor FM.
Nana the damn Kwaku, a Waka for Yete. Minia. Obia said the baby as a way in the friend, you know what son of Botte. Natural get the above your surprise. Memma wa Brabum as Asakra. Nanny friend in the Sebio, what in a near to no one name say, Nippon for Ben surprise, when himself about a man of Brabo in the year. When himself about winning about a Tobia Mano. When himself would name to Manchester to be a mano. Sana another down Kwaku Kwadu, Bona was second upon the Fry, the proper bony and say, was say, what the abo, your gay Korea, yes, I think what for the money proper.
I will try now, the friend is you that I will try your day.
We are together, no saying, and no blue, and no blue bread, and no blue tea. We are all for bull jack. I look back. I saw the ball about the factory. Or the
non-performance, the non-achievement.
I'm for force I catch up with everything and what I need. I query. I buy where they be doing Uncle Paul say, yes, upon some more, where you born.
Oh, Master Jai.
And you better, and then who you papa. She said, open you by Samaya Muslims, your doors. Ukonima Muslims, your doors. Oko Aboso Kai Zongo Muslims, Omudos who you papa. Opening, Yanamaho, Tabadi Babia Mabu Boy, Massa, Mecatro place. Obakono, no dear, Masalati Bisbia, young complete here. I hear support by the Bayer, Masalati, your baby, opening. Assembly meditated, and some meditated, Massa, never tell you.
What to say?
As some material, and said, Mum, I come to 500 million.
And I'm not on this envelope.
Yadi assembly, Pumusa, Yan Cathedral. Opening Cathedral, I am a year papa. The so quite original, Massa, Omuka, come on, Masalati, Tabika Crabia, Massa, Mubayasole. Massa, the Bayasole, Omuya, the Bayasole, and to see Mum, that's the coverage auto, and a gramophone, but the baby for bread. I have a Cadia Masalati, Yeska, Emphasis Masalati. Now, for the Quantica, support to Cathedral, Massa, and a man for you. And you better I am Muslim, Yako is Cadia support to Sadio. And the Sadio way a penny for the Sadio anymore. I am a year papa, Muslims, you have pro Zongo, you have prepa, Massa Dimu Jabene, Minia Utaka and South here, Obita come on 1 million, at the Ayajuma, Massa Onya Sescano, not yet many Sesca near the commercial facility Cathedral. hey Muslim they say they be na baba yi enti say na Muslim ya ba be ye that mata mum ye hwe na ye ku ekoto jani na say the wiase no ekwa wie no timi hu de ekoso adan
can contribute. I was shocked.
Right.
Oh, say yes, don't for na young people for you na ka say tie sika na titulu mam de koma.
Because Aban Islam, the Abana Doya, and one of Mupiles, are they?
Yeah, I Islam for the Yadoya Pan. I do how we are, who say, Sado and your papa. Zongo form a man, as a one Kokrom bread. I don't be the whole Ghana and Zongo, and your papa. You are so that more Kobakona so than I am, Nelly Pedugua, Abontin, Naya, they only never became solid. Not a Muku says to carry the command some 20 hours on the year. Ghana for you like I said, said to Muna Somuko, said then, Maybe
Riabo.
And yes, we are Bobinia. I said, you may be a course of Ghana has said, says, I question the people I can Kobina, says he can almost just can as home with you. Says he can almost for the command chief man says, on some consider. A month for those on also this can be a coin, and Tiafia. And only a person who say, chief ma'am, Muslim for your respecto. Ya tawasam ya do na to sa sonda no de ya sra wankasa amafo bebre Ghana for su ahoche wo manum unkasa ntia sa ne mai na nadu di esika o wie esika o di esika fu play no jali sa no ya se mun pani for mun nyina ona mun kasa
non-performers the non-achievers
akomodi yan o man ahoche wo anakoto body ya sen kontomra ya sen banti ya sen and now Fuka, I say, and the fool, I say, and then you have some penny for the monk some way. And if I bread, zone for bread, I want you to man, no more Thomas, you can't say the Cochamodia. No man, I can't say, and you're funny at the Amra, and the Muda Debbie, would do no for my Kaziakas, and the Cochabi there, or have mansions almost as you. Nanny Pat to a chimney near bread, you're quite near, and the bros who never had here. A queer on your name, get to room. I won't tell.
Now, what she has of it to say, I write you because prison, investigation kakra about Memua and Mabawa or more prison, and a dang Boniben or Moya, if you are more prison. I ran TV say, I know the neck come to Bana. If you are on in channel, Ubiano Moka Kra, or rice cooker.
That's right.
I don't go far. And more do one couple or fire at the Navy prison. Now, health minister, we have 160 billion. No good to go. I could draw near a Chiana Kadeku for the street. You ground, yes, you'll be a one more half cup. You did not go to prison. Indeed, Nasem or the remand. So things are not working well.
I mean, yes, what did I forget from Gakra? I don't live for Bonnie Benas. Say, chaos need Begua. Other chaos near buses, tables near Bonnie Prewood. I say Begua. Was a Kabru. Maka homa na de ne de be watch ofanka tia gaka na wachichire de mekanase okay say MPP nim gwase na eba no so we want say wo de apatahyewe ebe ye general secretary ni masi ya bi na ede da bi de dai apatahyewe be general secretary say ni masi ya bi na ba ede obatete obaso kire say wo mu ni say bu eni mi nyo na ni da ho anya de obeka wo yi wonu say esemu sejata gonjare se kunkura odiyata se bianso appress for we dia no ono no wote se yese orders no wo se Ghana nyina ye din ya obi ya de etie no so ada ne ko ena na dan gogu fodo abana onu anim se wanwi ni memu mami je mensa ena ede yese mamu ya beti ede abunzu ni ko duru court nzu amu 7070 enim gwasia judge se biazo tu bi famu wo ebi tramba bia so fe do mo ya corrupt ni ya aba no di o mampanyi Muhammad se ye ne ba bia ede ayedin entime nyan enya support se bia onya ogogro support ni apatahyewe sadia sadia obetima keka bibia woni etie ensem no kan okara nisusu okoka we kakra no aka we kakra no aka we kakra no aka we kakra na wonim ese sa no be because the party for any bonus of say ni wo 169 seats okay e na wotra wa wodi kwapia se wie ne nsem kwaye saa am set na be do 137 wodi make na say edu ba bi wo se sande regi mo nya 47 seats 47 eduru ba bi na fa die oduru a wo ye na beti agric minister fertilizer amode ma na ko cheye ense kan ya ko cheye ekuma ko cheye entuma ko cheye eso ko no ma ko la de same me so e na chairman for some of mu for eastern region no be wura nu odi biase no me odi biase for na ye de akasa ye to ba wie no na deputy minister side odayaya enti wo party for ne elbow so boy na wo a o se owura bi say Justin Kodua mo ne me ma no maka ni na say wo amobrant mu betu enti abasa no patabiribira de abo no bi ko basa na unya patashe bo ase sa na etoda na obi brand ni bi unya bi na unya fufuo bi dia ye yanze obi wo no abagina no aka ka sanse mu ya enti patashe wi o de ye general secretary de bia nim go sese bi na ba de obaje ediama owura Jombodu na agasa no minia o se wa ye laughing stock am on one party for no am mo sre no na me say some start to election na rubu de bia nso de bode ho be de e be fa ontie ko tie mo be yin do man ma ya ko hu ze Ghana fo gine nsam ye de atum ni nsam na oka no one we di can show appreciation so on dance o ze na dem gwagu for de ye to ba onyina ba bia na ase de na onim de we ka kura ni esa ye bonia yesem oni so do bunu is okay to mo say mama di me ho ya pa say me two seat wa mama me elusu ye
that's right
meanwhile no so we can ya take myself I wanna your bongo learn much from me day ewu ye so be ka ya amna wo hia wie ye kura no want me anka say oh I will form my free mu me day me ye sorry na say bia de agoso no ye mamu yakọ wo da make na say ene de me ni o kuyeto ani mo fokofi bua atabrize shrage fo nhwem na police fo mo yes ano emi bi fo so mo kutupa emo mo yes ano yan twa mo so me bua na abusia no so yan compensate om
that's right
wo do want me anka sit de so de wo de ni ye election say mo ja be hwe guo say ni pa ba yiro say be de wo de no na we de wo hwe wonu say aso da bu abroche gura na wo kotena mo friends say Twitter was at the end
that's right
Twitter me bua
sa
no friend you no atanko me bua no fa we no Facebook no WhatsApp wo ya asani e be start election registration ni MPP for and we make for kumema mienu teni registration ni mu okay no mo ya this for public knowledge ya to ba wi no mo no mo yesim vote ni yezen jungu o de make na ya to ba ni wi no techi myself to mo e bom mutu no o de make na na anu so o mo ye enkola enu anu so no mo yesim vo o ba gra ha ma ko esa ku ni anu so ye de esirim ni o de make na
okay
what is Dr. Bawumia aka bibi
no dabi
osman gare na na gbogu fo no so se ohun se mo banyi ma wo te bege se etibizu ye dey e sai ohun se mo banyi ma tiasi ma o na na ne okobi ogodu ohun se mo de o ka e si ya le be but Jombodu se ma wo ka ne ani and that the influence go grow influence because na no kan se pai o banyi do man ma say Ghana for fix the country na mrante na yene ka no enya bibi fo nko aye subsequent politicians ya ba abem no munyina ya share gutu pase ya nyine hu nya adwuma se de be ya wo ye kristoni na wo ye politics hu nya den hu nya yi mebua
okay
wo ye kremoni a wo fa kura kan kan na wo se tasbi a hu nya yi mebua wo ye obi a wo bo anwem se me amete yi na na mo dingita hu a hu nya yi na aye o mabanya na dodomani mama aka asem zo ya waka bone wo se bia kaza japo ni kan kan yakoso na PDS ka mekano ka se mafa ati
be ba choka wase
okay PDS ka mafa no excavators ka mafa no oh there's a excavator ira tricycles ka mare mo faye contract for sale aw ko bia so ko trefi no ni di amare de amu fa bo cheja ko se ko trefi din e musika on se e ko be di ku e ba yi on se e abahu no mutimi malam ko dili malam mo se e friend wani hatum o ni ko di na yasemi wofa na o mu di no wasi woni ma jama dwenye dai e wo fie
o se sa vasi no o mu ni
malam be why don't organization bongo ko say mu hwe na scammers fo mu no MPP fo ante health minister ante o be tira ko meji ko se mi ntia ska bia bobo se na finance minister afa chira wi ajo mu commission o se bia na media no muti MPP fo dada yan dam do o mu se o mu discount ba me ni scan we se o mu discount ba se de bia me gaza yesi ye discount mo skia di mamu yesu bedi ye de shawo se mo de ntaso na ka so ya de abo a chireze what free scan ko ya de awie se mo za bani ampa ni nyane ampa mo discount ba dia mo va mo parliament don la buraburu mu ye mo chiri go ko scan ye chiri go tu ba ku ni e se ba ku tu amienu ni ye se ba ku ni amiense ni ye hu se yesi kana ya de aba na woni mana mo ko dili mana nshafao e wa bra minister se de ko so nyina we de ohuru anwie na nga jaji wo de yesi ka ya de abraye e wa bra ye pesika go fa kokko nwa ye nyaa ye wo de meganas ye pesika go fa fertilizer ye nyaa ye ska go fancy kan nya ya ene abro boy de ayede e do ura Jombodu de onu aye nim gwase ma onu anu e the party for na ayede ayina ma na se no opanyi dodomani ma America ko tie ni ya ko no bi se ampa papa yi ese ma wokan nyansa wum papa ya wokan o ye munyamfo badwemba ni se ma wokan onim de ayede oka enti obi ayedin no musum nya din wo se ma na am ka se o ki wonu tum na za wonga sa obi abunyasani na ko bi wonu na ko ye za apatashila ye dia se ya na ma maa no ba to bia de abonti yaba no udu esekra e ma no wudi dwa no gambo do me de omu twabo no o de me gras udu asante regia keje tia ma no me de omu twabo no udu anya kwanta bo fotofo no omu twabo no uduru manzo a omu ko galaba no omu vre mo ne omu twabo no ugodo omu nya
ti asam no emfa no ne se ne ehisifa eya na onya botre
that's right
yesa ubedi once na chi no abre ukru
okay
ana ubesa krama boni echi akwakotuku sifunu
hey tuzo gwaji
bra se wudi krama boni echi a de pepi wutu
ko masem so no politics adwuma no first na ebia yemu bi yeni eyebi wo yeni asun
hu bia
isi edidi atamne na eni hobium nti obi ti se sabe jomwedu mafa na same wofa
okay
na mom no afidie kase so na yewo na mom mesa ne se ayoka obeka asamo air onda no so ho dayanse waka esansa wiase ne se a enti se first na sa wo ka asama sabe me na na wo twufo pass no ho ana ohun no ende ba bia social media ye adwuma
okay
sabe obi o sabe oni freni krampo ni medwuma mahama ye de ediye endra media one oluma bi o se anya hwekwa no tie radio
that's right
na se wo dombo do tumbe gina ba ka kire se mahama anya hwea nyame o ye janu ma nyame o hata so
metai class fm na wo ho chese ba no station omu ka igbe na wo ho class fm eye brofun kwa na omu ka dudu na graph release ya see serial callers and test na serial callers ese se mu kra de anka mu sheda ni mama mu maachi but we one of the fantastic guys obrofun su kapa todo gwachi serial callers and testers association mona ya mo mayen central for mo mayen problem bebre mo freye na o yeso ube kan wa adwinam so dabi aha ye kwa ho and Alaska jai yanko de kasa boss yanko
the great man Alaska the Don
yes sir
meda wasene akwenya kakraka bafuya odi amayi eyemani so bebre yankopon hirawo empani se woni mu bia na ofre na ko bi
that's right
be wodi ye nimo wo brempom yankopon hirawo mama fa akwenya we acknowledge your party chairman oye papa san ye boss oye bibia chairman ufosu ampofo
that's right
papa yankopon hirawo ba bia obi minim se utie na me fa akwenya sancha Alhaji Habib Kaswana papa Ibutu
that's a neck member that's right
o fama
neza bro kan na examno enem zumzuni vutra ede aye homa ensam no nam no suo mu ban futre aye homa Ahotor oje agenda 111 minia yeshe ye bla ye transem me ka tira se anytime bia na dan gwaku for the when again show ba sentiment bia onye bibia enti esa na atopans okay atopans ye boni be hina se bedin enti omu executive ne de ekusia in the first place omu executive omu nka sampai money omu nyina awon tana conflict gidigidi is na do ba omu nya ehwe no go say o na ebe ye ne den won say agenda 111 na bia because ke boda me bo free fie me bo okay and go through health minister kurumu no na nga so o kate so do so go na health minister okay but won no mudu na won le je fire service da bia so won na da gwagu fado na ban na wi enti na no mu kate so de dugu mazi a ye nya hwe enti ye kwani de we dey aye he na media fo nya bi aka maye na bia because me so do santemem na ye wa bi za o de ntreke obeje ni mguase so ka abuji na po o se na je krata ko gen kan maye was dia krata mo ye galam sefo enti mo mo anyina mini wo opem so ka za sem mo ni mguase ana wezo omo ye je na 111 omo zo mo de kwatrede trede any ekrobu afani twade ni na the same district and the twade na health minister last year election time no o ga test what was the oversee district was with there ama omo ana miami nua opon gruma ba kuma so mo say na twade ekrobu ga test what so we don't have anything in the government document from the brofo no mo yade okay ye tene kurase na mo ko lending school ni o mo ga so twade bi wo wa yes what no we don't have no idea then and you busa ura do I health minister say what got this word you was say mo ni madwin here fifiri guye enya mind e du ngran a ma kan wasem di mo me nko trade de no so mo go gina trade ana otum vonya me kase asuma na yene e ma ko gina na mu wase mo asem na mo kan e don vo ma no say mo boa uko afi abafu viditan tano so mo fo ni Facebook ni tango ni yina social media no o mo say na do boa o dimizi o mo no a giachini sawo asem na agika no de bia sa point so be mo jan bi zedu anu ede wo hwe ne Johnson wo ka say wo be 350 new community school wo ba ye wo si mu ba akokora wo bo so mo na de ye wo say ai de adutwumu si ye na adutwumu ko ablo chiro be se ni suku e na mo ba ye wo be she mu no se mo nyina mo mfa enu je se wasi wo de make na se okay na akokora wo si so wo ka say on ka so me sky plane
sky train
sky train yeah, okay
that's right
then you cross in Indiana with your chair kakra sky train manye muka so mbese trauma hospital and move chairman zabon na e watamale e no kan manye muka say obi abenya bank account and you why Dr. Bawumia
o see your momo account na no
momo account then dey here dada oze Dr. Bawumia go say akura bia say ebenya toilet enu zo na so no amem unu say edu baby omuka say year of road 1 omutwa mani bibi ama year of road 2 omutwa mani bibi ama na sante mem unu ko njamu ga road wasem bi baby omutwa wa ayemi amu va bitu bosomutwa chama wutumi bosomutwa sema assignments original minister omukuru bukwan na angola eco school ala ba ku vutu ewu ni mani ene ewu ye mama bu jafo ya ko akwan da wan ene yenya ye na so se na kwan wan na ye Masu me mtu tontokurum afraso. Why na ye? Na kai abadom dotomu road. Why na ye? Mu na ye efutu nkwa. Okay. Eni mu se na me dawo da. Enti ka se obeye we no. Ena sa de mai se ah. And what ya wu? Eni ka se ma wo ke. $6 million. And me 36 million new old Ghana citizen. Wo dia koma David Adayi. Na onu bro wote abrochi memu a oni ni nkui wa ha. Na onu National Cathedral na maga waka so onu draw ye.
O da bi ha wa se.
National Cathedral o draw ye. Hospital ya wo so kanzo. Onu na go fa wuru, o ze wula kase ni bi. Going board kakraka. Ah wo draw plan ye fa na architect no. Enu sika wa je ngu ani de ba ye na Ghana architect fo bu fu ze tam me wa. Enu wo press conference ba monte.
That's right.
Na do ye di wo chi ye form. De bia me kase. Me wuru me kan enya za fo na me nu yanka de. Obiri ko fo na chekwa ye dai. Anya no ndro. Ghana architect fo mo Ghana form on ye ka jam de dabi. Papa we o mo se form on ne wa. Ye wa mo ko na mo ke mi. And the hospital ne muskam ana otuku we ne ka yom manze sika ya wo kan so ke so we see 111 hospital na anso and the sadia o mabani mahama o ye afaridia be wie man be kwa de ndo mo wie be no credit paper ni mo wa anya adwuma formula de ne be be wie kono mo de ne be wie kuma wo de ne be wie
It's ye. Non-performance, the non-achievement. Non-performance, the non-achievement. Non-performance, the non-achievement.
Ahotor FM.
Number one in Ghana. This.
Alaska Ahotor FM 92.3. Friday by the Dada for Yako in Paywood. Men must have made by the Dada.
Non-performance, the non-achiever.
Number one in Ghana. This. Number one in Ghana. This.
Ahotor FM, same
Non-performance, the non-achievement. Non-performance, the non-achievement.
Half past 1 p.m. still live on your radio. Ahotor 92.3 FM. I wish I mean na kuaba. Amam waha. Esa mama tuna se de ba Ghana dia tun kasa fi de ba ko pe. Aha Ahotor 92.3 FM. Aha na Ghana pimpin ya masanya na tie. Aha na Ghana fofa adwe. Aha na nokura no wo. Aha na nyansa duane nyina wo. I wish I na ayaduada ekatu wo agaso bosome no. Aya aduasa. I was just so you watch na Kasima na aduasa na no mienu abo. Edi ameje so eye Emmanuel Kwesi Martin from Alaska the Don. Obetumi afram Ibrahima. Maji medwadia na eye dwumadia yade ebrewo. Every juada kopem eye fiada. Edi adaso eye Simpieso. Eye amanyo sama. Yade prekan kopare pare eni nokware. Ade bre eye oman Ghana. Ani obi biara otuato. Obi biara osan ani mfifire. Obi biara opeso mai begina. Na bibi biara aya kama bibi biara so akoso. Because Jumadia we can ho about for 10 tankasia no so. www.ahotor.fm online. Sounds when social media handles ni na active. I wish addition anchor YouTube Ahotor TV. Ahotor TV. Instagram at Ahotor_92.3 FM. Twitter at Ahotor92.3 FM. Facebook at Ahotor92.3 FM. That's when I make out say you're streaming live on multi TV Digibus audio channel no so. I wish area. Maminda was it. As a mama kuaba. Maminda radio stations are Ramofa Jumedi nyina minda mase. Benya 105.7 yawo Elumina. That's na Western Radio 100.3 yawo Lembele. Costa FM 94.9 yawo Mankasim. Gateway Radio 98.1 yawo Oti Nkwantani Ebuto. And information centers are Ramofa Jumedi nyina. Have a fantastic good afternoon. I wish I'm a fan of Farmer Elon Bennis Kuchoke. I know Enasama was taking the center stage. Oh, producer show no. Eunice Obaya Baku baby Biara Yanko Pankawa. Sasuna Minda Aya the entire technical team in DJ Gacho, DJ Cross, Mike Nikwe, Sasuna brother Alex, Amo Amsunyana Abwa. The social media handles Wanyama Yakama. Abusha and Ari, Mammy Fancha Amakaya Yofu. Obi biara odi padi bo aman Ghana memao ayeko aman Ghana kwanso mampani kwanso obi biara otuato ade boaso aman Ghana betumi afa enintoma pefra no ene wiewu wa chefa awo dwumadie mo say your truck driver wo filling station wo ye kawona wo ye mate wo ye fitani wo ye Ghana temwani wo ye teacher ni anasa wo ye chase dwuma bia oya de bu aman Ghana dawase mami fancha former His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo sanso and His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama. Welcome on board to your most authoritative and the Ghana most insightful talk show dubbed Simpieso with me humble servant Alaska the Don. Have you mami fancha former Montem Dusia for Nina baby biara wo baby biara sha wotie me mami acknowledge me viewers on Facebook Asani Abeka Sanso and Akapo Martins God in our power Daniel Jonas, and a Geno Johannes. When you're the just like the page, now also share. Alaska the Dawn, I take the center stage. And you want some call, you want some car. That will be no Bishun Kanjiro B. The commander of the airwaves, I take center stage. They see a dual we are. Don't know at the 30 year. What would the Asukraba to 30 year? Manyamasoya Kama. Just like the video and share. I mean, Cow say, you made your stream our YouTube, Ahotor TV. About Ahotor TV, no, I caps, I capital letters. It comes a letter partner. And in the course of the program, you may break in. You acquire the NDC National Headquarters, acquire the Communication Bureau, and the Communication Department of the party. At the press conference, it's a change about Shishasu and a Muslim, and a young Paul. And Mamawakuaba, welcome on board.
Ahotor FM 92.3. Non-performance, the non-achiever. Non-performance, the non-achiever. Non-performance, the non-achiever. Non-performance, the non-achiever. FM 92.3.
25 minutes to the top of the 2 p.m. Still live on your radio. Ahotor 92.3. I was a nari mamintia wa uya Ghana ayo okuyeni. Na mebisa wo say ana wadwuma mu atesai
92.3.
Eshi. Ana wo bambon so atesai
92.3.
Eshi. Na wonso nsam so atesai ana anopa wiei
Ahotor FM.
Na mebisa wo say wapamoden so atesai
92.3.
Eshi. Ana wo sori anopa ahimachi akwakotena adwuma mu wo ye fitani. What ye Juma our aya abosoka, what on engine, what on car spare pass, who call na who be no, nipa in the betu yabato there
92.3.
Eshi. And now fit near who suma aya wa apprentice on top parts and from brown. Last week, the same part woman nesika and now okoya na ya saying
92.3.
Eshi. Ghana contractor for me bisa was sa and na abaina banfishenum ne contractor we ya the ma on mine ya tuya oka
92.3.
Eshi. Na eduma wa ye aya wutua wuto no sa eduma no tuna wutua no ehun faso de ne eto say
92.3.
Eshi. Anasa wuda sa Ghana ni awutumi da
92.3.
Eshi. Sa wutu kwan na dia satisofia ekosirema so mebisa wo say eya na wo kwa wakwan so a wa ho bambo no eye safe ana guarantee ana
92.3.
Eshi. Ewie mayombo Ghana nkomo kachiro bisa Alaska the Dawn na trace na quick one. Mami fa unko top stories in Zambia ebu fumpa ewa Ghana ni nchoni nchara so any amanone
92.3.
Eshi. IGP secretly joins Aya Night Patrol
92.3.
Eshi. Not just the acting IGP Aya Dr. Dampare and they say sa Aya wa ana konkon sifie Nasi ye nim kwala wo fi ababu ampanifo na ebo
92.3.
Eshi. Etiana eduma odi ama aya posifo so omunya aya anajo de suom na mbo Ghana fo ho ban no oya wa eno no so kokohwe se ni manfo no mu kwa omuda ana mu ye eduma
92.3.
Eshi. IGP asase ye but ye hu bebre na asase ya na du baabi no na face abanika se sleep no wa sleepo stand no wa stand oni abani na ekoba was starting term na wohyɛ mmirika bi ase ntam a sɛ wonni koma a wotumi kola paase
92.3
Eshi.
abusia me na kaayɛ wotumi collapse but mebisa wo ɛnɛ awie sɛ
92.3
Eshi.
sanso ana Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia say let's remind Ghanaians our success stories
92.3
Eshi.
ɔse NPP May NPP Amanyɔkuo NPP party communicators NPP government communicators NPP serial callers Munkai Ghana for NPP for Juma Omaye
92.3
Eshi.
Zoom NP driver Ekaubi team dade amana adwene pie
92.3
Eshi.
na misan bisa wo sɛ PNC Sudan akɔso wɔ ha
92.3
Eshi.
na ɛna awie Ghana ni bi a ɔno susu sa ne nsa wa ɔkɔ US abrochima mu
92.3
Eshi.
akɔ bɔ kuro no ayɛ 10 million US dollars ɔba Ghana yaba bɛkye no asa jeli no
92.3
Eshi.
abusha wanum na yɛ top stories ana awie me de amount na going forward no abusha tankutu na tie aha
92.3
Eshi.
na esim sɛ Ghana ɔman ne gyina yie but edumri bia na Ghana fo werɛ fi baabi a ɔman ne fi Ghana fo werɛ fi baabi ɔmo fi baayɛ Ghana fo werɛ fi bere bi nsɛm bi a yɛka kyerɛ yɛn ane nsɛm bi a ato Ghana da
92.3
Eshi.
ɛwosɛ mebisa wo sɛ amamuo no na te sɛn
92.3
Eshi.
about 5 solid years ago na
ya wohwe ɛyɛ hospital ana asɛm wei esi wɔ hɔ na mewura ho kyerɛ sɛ obi ɛyare a wakɔda hospital ɔpa ayaresa na saa nipa korɔ ɛne nkura
for aya baye juma enuti ne ene sa na
92.3
na me send bi say why all treasure Nanado Dankwa Kufado the health minister and amavo ministry of health and an kanchira mo say sadia we munjai anaso munhwa say yebetu ase ana
92.3
sa anka hospital hono saka Ghana mraye adwuma anka mfoni we ba bontimpe has must roll
Ahotor FM.
I was just a friend of Johnny Hana Ghana, Casa Hanso and a Ghana and so etie. I am with a 92.3 where we say it as a taste without fear or favor. Mami Sanfa won't call our sentimentemu. Uba a brand yesuko no mebia wako abano homa dia akwako wia obi ba. Anko de ne kwako ton agisika
92.3
Odene kwako ton agisika ana nyankopon andi ne ho afofia yetumi ache no
92.3
just like the page na hwe de ekoso just follow the program because I know the program is fully packed with the whole lot of things ye de ni nyina ba ma so na yete a ye fosro ne ahopopo bia enka ho
92.3
eti abrantia no ana ho no wo screen no so no if I like the page Ahotor 92.3 FM where we say it as a taste without fear or favor like a page no na bibia so nya kama eti abrantia no not one no osi obi na so on betaw akwala no mfa ma no
92.3
so ubebisa ho say oman na yetim no obi apekwa obefa so survive
92.3
eti obi chiri ni nia no de na kwaji sika
92.3
obi tumi ku obi no de na che fridge mu chacha tini akoda hotin untumi ntiase
92.3
what is really happening in Ghana
Ahotor FM.
Abuja Ahotor 92.3 ahana Ghana for nyina kasa hanso ana Ghana for nyina etie mami samfa wonko another video mi si ana one issue one video
92.3
one issue one video na hona wo be hu se niam bi ankoye anai Ghana for two abase ya two abase ya sitremu abahi hayen ya two abase baby a yawo yampatama yawo yejuma ya koba yefiko ni yemfi banyina be yade a ebetumi aye tote
92.3
babisa wo se watu aba ene wasitremu te sai
92.3
mayankwanya akwaya Ghana fobi anam so
Ahotor FM.
na uhube drill uraba ho na be wo say yes niam bi nkoye niam bi su anseye awasa kwan no so me but just like the page say ya catch abayo no na ase abana ya 2 year aya 2020 abana kurase no ya ti purpose ni maku miensa ma ne nkwakoto di man na do bank kufu
92.3
just your kwan no obewu aka anakasa ye bia edi free chacha edi sane popo na obie si fam na sa kwan edi mi bisa se so ya to abayi mpanifo se omumbe sum yen anayomo yen sum wo
92.3
ya to abasa mpanifo no masum yen anayomo ne yen sum wo
Ahotor FM.
bananado wosi dia mi kenyina sa wodi ni nyina bom se watu abama ban bi na wahwebo na wandi so na aban ni yaka akakabinsam na chitafo so didade paipa wo mutima wosi ni nyina ya tisai
The non-performers, the non-achievers,
nana ya dawase wosi dan bio
the non-performers, the non-achievers,
nanado wosi dan for the last time
the non-performers, the non-achievers.
and if non-performance and non-achievement there, I will join us live on Facebook. I am with 92.3. Shaka ne piano, kane na ye piano, year of Rose.
Ahotor FM.
Ya jillon, and ya capture with the national budget. I am budgeting allocation among the various sectors of the economy. ya catch us year of road 1 year of road 2 and nyina amaso
92.3
eshi cars no na ye piano etibisa se ye koi ana ye baye
92.3
eshi I wish I just join us on Facebook Ahotor 92.3 where we say it as a taste without fear or favor. The name still remains the same. Alaska the Don, the king of the airwaves. Mami Fentia Efamada Unilever Ghana Funyina, especially a YNK Koforidua and I am a former staff. One with him in our Unilever
92.3
and I may say abandon what to yes year of rose no what quite to say
92.3
ti when many issues are na awie me pasa ye nyina ye hum na me sem bisa say impanifo akase bebu bi say so kofa jataba ade befie na obaye no na jataba ni nyi no se wanya nipa anase wanya obi anwe a ochewowe
92.3
yawa memu ha ana NPP pro to 2016 elections
92.3
Nana Doni MPP said they have no trust in the security agencies, specifically Ghana Police Service
92.3
Ejomu ko South Africa confirm mercenaries say ye me train senior ye kwaso boni pa ho ban ye kwaso edi amimfo edi akakabinsam awo oman nim
92.3
the NDC on that side at that time am power no use the diplomatic way and make sure say you be deport to Sankrofon na yiye ento yiye
92.3
first instance MPP win the power pa anomosi yaje man
Ahotor FM
and the first casualty Nanka Bruce our the office of the president announced the Flagstaff was yabona maniche nyina 2 year
92.3
Asojania omo F video ya omo leaky ye no ya ti omo ko ga room
92.3
and series of aya issues are across aya perpetrating against humanity
92.3
aya was gone na ya bottle to the stand say ya was a major go at all costs na obi win political power
92.3
asagura na NDC amanyoko no e pull you down to the stand say almost partake our elections ni mu bio
92.3
na ya ko general elections and so ni ya bottle and the soldier for omo wiye say ya the perpetrators or the culprits ya be punish them no because abana was no sponsor tax intino ye ja won sa
92.3
I would say awie me ka wo say wey aya issue based program na ya tasino ya say etisa bisipani koni haban ya tasino banyansafo mu
92.3
mami fa won kwa suhum constituency
yetie Ahotor FM say nkoa
because ene obofo ni niane namgu apaso
92.3
but first and foremost it is never true sir niesi wo sum no has something to do with Alan and Bawumia faction
92.3
Niasi Wasuna has nothing to do with Bawumia or Alan faction bia
92.3
Eyemi Batian no kwari a was asem no mo
92.3
Yetia radio stations are rubebre television stations are rubebre the news portals Omombeka no kura omombetu agum ni nyina ya
92.3
God dey asema meka dey say some about betra aka asem na later court abasham say brabe retracting na cha say adwuma no menim ya
92.3
ade tie wasum nia akoso awo ha
92.3
NPP ba bam omdem turo ni nada na ba ye
92.3
nyama bia na John Dramani Mahama aye wo mususu sa wukotu say tikase bu adwe a office adwe ni yamre enti wusu so wo bebo bi
92.3
they were given the mandates omo baye ene amemwo na dani beans omo twifa omo bosa
92.3
mami tie wade bi aya suhum NPP Onamu Frederick Opaya said the party name close to 20 years
Ahotor FM
na Timamufo bi ni MPP for ni bia including the presidency susu say Oma Briano
92.3 Eshi
Eja wasa ya fa kwan bia so na sa abrante no yayi ni si nkyai
92.3 Eshi
Eji what happened Niesi nyina ni sai na awasa ya fa kwan bia enti opariansa onu awo aya Akos Parliament oye adwuma no na obuafo Asante Kwadwo Asante so awa nachi for the past 4 years ono so wura constituency no ma oye adwuma so obetu no
92.3 Eshi
asagro na papa ni aba no o December bre ni campaign promise bebre na eba ye
Ahotor FM
obuafo aya Kwadwo Asante aba no o ka kire MPP fo ani woma omo party nims ani suufo say ya to aba manua niama we na obaya
92.3 Eshi
obaba modia say nursing training college ababa suhum
92.3 Eshi
ababa modia say teacher training college ababa suhum
92.3 Eshi
ababa modia say odi otramodi washing base baba suma na nado ni abampa ni for the omukas ba ombahuru ni free
92.3 Eshi
ababa modia say odi abosuo kan ababa eyesuhum
92.3 Eshi
ana above all no obaba ni ho modern say obama party ni biaka work and pay
92.3 Eshi
ya to abana wie 9 months ni
92.3 Eshi
ya fani say even 10 months
Ahotor FM
ya bisa abosuo kan factory na baby ya besi kro nka ho asem da
92.3
Eshi
ya bisa training college ya mutu
92.3
Eshi
I don't think it is an open secret sir. The municipal chief executive and mastermind ya abu for Kwadwo Asante abo mutu opare ansa
92.3
Eshi
na ya tu opare ansa wie ya si aya MP we so sir ontumi ni aya MC ni nya adwuma
92.3
Eshi
edia na MC ni so hu sir wa ya adwuma hu no
Ahotor FM
abu say tie yadi abrantie bi so ya friend protozoa the office of the chief of staff yadi nidi abata hu say onu no ya the course of ne course wosum anya no kre
92.3
Eshi
but ne akoso wosum ni MP ni susu say enai bo wa share suufo nyina ani ne osusu so obaye no abrantie bi so awura constituency nima ono so agua suufo sani ono so bewura ma na oya etia opare ansane pepepe
92.3
Eshi
ete kamia yese etwetwamne bia esuro ayaya na
92.3
Eshi
ete ne ba ni sa aya abrantie proposal ne dom onu so office mu yesa mi bua sunfo du ha na MP su ko odu ha now it ama MPP in sun emu achicha opare ansa team awo baabi MP so building it ana MC in so building it team ana party constituency executives so awo mu team
92.3
Eshi
enti osunu na hwe ase enti ya chicha ama obi afa ne de
92.3
Eshi
na wey na serial caller ba ko ya friend Daniel Opare ya ne betwitwi nkomo ni papa to ase
92.3
Eshi
no mu kwa ye na se no eho ana nsem bebre na esi awa me pacha ko Facebook na videos na ekoso no ubewu say NPP as a political party am for say omu ye tutrafo omu ye sa obia njindi
92.3
Eshi
but we NPP for nkwa no menya omasem na dia ba nyina ne sa eye na se no sa group 3 nyina be hia wo ho
92.3
Eshi
eti oya soro ya eti wei ana MP ni ba ye no na Syria collars na wo no ebinim wo aya opariansa camp ebinsu awo MC ni camp ana MP no so aba
92.3
Eshi
eti MP ni ba de ande ti sadia aya omo pacifist omo ni MP ni camp no ebiso ye MP na aba enti yanko na ye kan chesu ye bedi nanim na ye chia
92.3
Eshi
alajadili ana esi MP ni ed say ye nimu mosu mo aba mumba munso yeso be ba boy yenso na yakọ
92.3
enti MPP ba ko no ya chicha mu miensa ana mu awosu hom
92.3
I was just a friend who joined me. I am 92.3 where we say it as a taste without fear or favor. It is a branch way and I had this kind pie in the moment and I will share the sano. Now, very soon, but mommy video nankasana mommy actions, you know.
92.3
The from the last card the dawn, the king of the airways. Aha, and I hear Kano Krano. Everybody tried your course, so I was home. It is the ocean our honor. I'm not a branch in the caucus, MP no. Ana MP ni nipa no suma say that ana no so kwakwa announce say ye MP so nim ye enti ye ko enti ho ana free for all no fight no start here
92.3
na branch ya ba kwatumi akoka edi MP ni enter right echi no ekotwe sika brantan mante kro ko
92.3
eti dia awo no no anya film ana act aye MPP for no muku wam ho sa
92.3
but I tell you the future is pregnant me see NPP party no problem no susem coronavirus
92.3
their problem is bigger than COVID-19
92.3
now this tells you say internal election back on next year no brother what you cry now moja benyini than this
92.3
it is the account of media ma onyina ni interviews ebedi echi no be hu ne say ya tag obi na we na kwaya MP ni force di rural constituency mu no osusu sa kwai no obi so awurama ode betu ko nipa na hu ni game plan
92.3
but just like the page ni hu no aye suhum NPP na abako semtre yen say any time as who constituency party ni basore tiom ho no the following 4 years no party no opposition
92.3
that is the history ewosuhum abusha ya from Alaska the king of the airwaves na me ka say dwumadie we no etwa no ewa be 14 tankashe so Facebook Ahotor 92.3 FM live sanso and YouTube musu Ahotor TV ninya capital letters Ahotor TV capital letters into your YouTube page you know baba dia say we be type Ahotor no capital letters na ne manso kama Ahotor TV abuja say ne nipa tumrika running for the live just like the page na bibia so enye kama sa kwane so mami dane me ho enkomra na se me ba ya be fa mu course na awie ancha say the endis amanyokuo no mpanifo eye nhihye say bibia ya kama ya be cross over e di akọ eye the national headquarters na yakwa je eye the ekoso ewo ho nti sa fe no wa join yen ya aha Ahotor 92.3 aha na Ghana fo nyina kasa hanso na Ghana fo nyina ehye me ba 0303 402 and 0303 402904 0541825106 0541825106 majibre na makani nyina so ana mafamu course e was akwan no so kwaso ana like the page na bibia so enye kama me ba sesi a
Ahotor FM Osheye
High Sense Factory Direct promo. F Papa ni binie. Yantwe nyinam kanea no nie. High Sense ode ya na ode asem. Ade na ohia. TV, fridge, freezer, air condition, gas cooker, washing machine, smartphone, sound system, water dispenser, microwave, blender, rice cooker, kettle, ana iron. Wakukudro for High Sense showroom bia. Everything 30th August. Coming 3rd September, prepare way showroom no. Yeah, turn no factory direct price. Said they turn no. Sana yeah turn. It's in your madada no. Emma like bill e kuno. Fasi baby. Never jefufro. I have 5 days bill. Into one car one and you may say jawa. Wallo wala. Wait dear. Ya tete swabro so. High Sense. Everyday prices for everyday people.
Amafue soja ne ba no mo hwe masa mubra say the miamini bosu no bright soldier capsules dima sema mamio
share because on kwana nim bright soldier e free bra me sha say me use bright garlic plus no me sana tititi ni nyina no mani so na chiri me ani manum ato nyina no ajai mititi se okonko unim we nyina na odi asie me abra me complain me sisi ani matinka na akofom ani obi chire me bright soldier capsules jet to raw
bright soldier etimi general body pains na samu oba ani oba ma tinka ekosoro papa
na we
me ni kunu efa bright soldier no eye dwum
saa kwan no so ɛwɔ hɔnom kɔsoa na fa ɛyɛ ukɔɔso no ɛmfamra ɛwɔ saa kwan no so ɛwɔ hɔ
92.3 Ahotor FM Mijola.
Right, mami hwɛ ɔmo ɛhwɛ yɛn ɛwɔ ɛyɛ Facebook Ivan Stete ayɛ sanso ɛna Donike Nyameke Cop 5 and Wisdom A. Ferguson, and Isaac Buame is also watching the show live. It seems to say we're having problem with our lines and the technicals, and so I was our so we are then crana. I'm for ever fire. I was our so.
I shall protect the public purse.
92.3 Ahotor FM Ahotor FM Mijola.
Right, and Mami Chami ho and Comra Sia I was 0303-402-862 and 0303-402-904 0541-825106 0541-825106 na technical share your lights and Eddie Amabasi here.
CD capsules. My body say. What body and prince? CD ointment. And also, what brand CD and prince? No, so we pay immune booster pa. So the nipa kwa no be we adwuma said yes sir. Simple. Copy CD capsules. And yarwa mo you nim so anante and now ya adwuma kakra bi no abra you so weak.
Right, Abusha, Mami Fowl, so see, you have a problem with Vodafone. Into Mumfre 0541-825106. Memawa
Champion Alaska Collins,
yeah,
free. Amaboli.
Right, Collins, tell Nianko, Amanu Soshi.
And Mamicha Joe Ashama, and the day Amichiano, incoming deputy communication officer, Anna Daniel, as she says, deputy organizer, Trobo constituency. Minia. Non-performance and ya buy any wo nanado wa mamu any wa buy non-performance wa sa wa bon uni mamamu bu wa bobosia amasisia Ghana jina efri so abebo from say ya tam wo cast non-performance fine non-performance Alaska share abuano on kawa on say the same trail. A day the pefe last week, you who saw so free room, every cool the pammy knows a backo. A day the pefe, wait, say, and a buyer or Sakuya to trust him. I shall protect the public. Nanado, Kawanu to make us a Umia, and not you see, remember they see war, so whom ye who be, Yatibi. We did the pefe say, Opa, Banya, a yat to sem, a banya or Chenny Petty, a bayo Miani Pacon, a bayo body petuo. Physically, to me, a byway. No more for with me to be breaking the 8 years. And see,
okay. Right, Miss Sumida was say 0541-825106 0541-825106. Memawa.
Alaska,
yes, I would anybody out Casafi. Okay, Fimpo Yanko.
Alaska, so him say I could do a friend say 2012. Yanko boy in a said actually into no field class for super few for me. And did I say who Krumano? Omo bon me who they make a crunch and go for him Kruma. No more than 2024 no one you saw more the chat to start and about the American Kruma.
Right, Minsumeda was say also to me about 0541-825106. Maminfa we Memawa. Would you be out Casafi?
Yeah, that I get in the Accra.
Okay, Dada Yanko.
Yeah, I am the Wakaka Yemen, the Eka, and near maybe one, a Kosovo man. Now, maybe sometimes we may be doing football and MPP, doing football. You want to form my trail. She help minister, Nemina of that, one of that, not, if you get up, I could be done. Hospital is in a 4 years to buy it. If you can't say, oh, see hospital back or cry, or some design, you won't see this hospital back or say, like, get that hospital. I don't know. You just see a big guy. You just see a youth now. Or for 2 months ago, or for not hospital, man, also got a fine. I have a sort of now. That is there. And for a year, you level. Can I block you? Contact us in Milan. One in MPP in them up to the one become master of that. So I'll be trying to say they are trained. And went to become one time. What I don't want that almost two woman leader. I have one leader of them to say that we are called them. But let MPP give them 1 point down here. If you want to say, if you're going to get woman,
right, Midawa say, when super to me about 0541-825106. Memawa. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you need to be out, Sophie? Right, kakra bedin maybe sound say mienu odi any baby a woka Sophie.
Sophie so many of that.
Right, yanko.
Alaska Oninchia and Aminchia with you for Naminchia, Abuna West NBC communication team. Namia Paul, and Nama Chiaka, in fact, reorganization, I know. I mean, Yamini Alexa Come or Buapa Papa Waguna, now who are dealing in the Nisika and organization into Kosovo. Mini Alaska, in fact, Nanadu will be Ghana for him, Papa. Damija of road they are okay. Over the weekend, and I'm a Achin Kede. Now from Achin Kede to Achin Ishium, road no on a last diggy. Then 2 months once a contract and African Yumano. I feel ya 3 years, you whom a contract and a year, power way through road and so. From last year. Say to 20 years or my year, Sika, ye Piscaya, near discussion at the answer you will be waiting. As you well learn another wabang, now was as on penny. Then send a wound in our Borman counter. It's a Achin Kede route to offend the Achin.
I shall protect the public purse.
It's a public person also protect. Let's what the one of our fan out the car. Yeah, that's right. No,
the non-performance, the non-achievement.
Achin Pechiman. The same thing.
Right, me that say seems assemble kuna and now okay 0541825106 0541825106. Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, open but Korea.
Nyameti asi wudi ni babia uka Sophie.
But open oyarfa.
Right, ben yanko.
Yo, bicha o man payne mama. The blue bi anyamen kana ho. Nyame mununkum ni nanim. 2024 so abe man payne na enyama koyi ye fensen MVP ebia men ti won ase na menim bia tankofo no gofi te man kasa mutumi twa mo ho kontokwa obi tumi ko do ke mu ko tek dade idi twani ni yo ku tima na men ti ase na bia me ti ase ane se ta oda bi den na do ka 2018 no and then they are doing, and when they are doing other bidai, other bidai, and
the non-achievement.
One couldn't go. Only put the saloon, you don't nipa. You look at our money team. She kind of better of a channel, a tune of better of Antonio. No, this will be the Uber Penny. No Casacata ways to 1 year. What is a daily busy? There are 2 of Biffy in 92. And we see that ever 2 of Benny Pumpo, maybe 2 of Kumu or Ghana. 2016, the Obama and others in Germany. 2020, then they see a little of age in the book to Ghana.
Right, Medase, I wish I answer your crossover the NDC National Headquarters near Kwakofa, the press conference. And I say, your bar, I wish my family last caller. Your bar interviews are when you know you Eddie Few. My family last caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mariam, one family crown come.
Mariam, Yana Town, you call Ayadabraka.
Alaska, Medawa says, our family, Michia and this in Pony. Alaska, your friends, NPP. We are no jump on Chimuka. Who are sending your mother to be clean? Kaya, no, Monsieur, almost Pony. Shatan 2020. You go to about your cool for 4% in Ponche. Now, your copy president was a few guys. One of your mother, Shio. What got any other she? What woman that actually you? Papa went by a castle of protecting public space. Papa, I don't know.
The non-achievement.
Papa, I can't know why I want to do. I mean, come as a war honor. Papa, I can't know why I. Who Papa, Papa, hospital went to be on my Papa, school that went to be on my end. She knew how we are my end. And one is Moody, na Emre, and in Paso. Then in excellence on the money, Mahama, Baba, one is my panel. About the system, Natare, about the Situati airport, about the system airport, or buy a Sikotokraba market. You know, Papa, you stand with Juma, and to Papa, I see a family number 2020, over the trade, my panel. Only to the Quadabraka, that's what.
Right, Mensumeda was say, now your monitor at the Braka feed, you know, and your papa, you become the atom, and some way to me, afraid 0541825106, 0541825106. Memawa.
Yes, Alaska.
Udini ba bia okase fi.
Me frɛ fi so a ɔfa me din di ma.
Me ba cho yima yanko.
Ne ekoso wo ɔman Ghana mu die. Ye de fa kɛse na bɛbɔ asɔfo mpanimfo na ɛwɔ ɔman mu. Ɔmo aka wano atum sɛ ɔmo nkasa, ɔmo hu ne ekoso sɛ enye. Na wodro na sɛ ɔman no bɔ a ɛbɛbɔ gu nyina yɛtiri so. Ɛna na ahyɛ ase wɔ MPP ɔmo ankasa ɔmo party ne mu no. Etuturafo ya kan wasɛm saa ɔmo si daabi. Na NDC yɛn hyɛ ase sɛ yɛbɛyɛ adwuma yie. Anya sa ne ɔmo ahyɛ ase yi 2024 ɛno ho ɛna ɔmo ɛyɛ medase wo nyame yɛ adwuma.
Right, me nso me da wase. Wonso betumi aba 0541825106. Yes, aka the feed from the NDC National Headquarters Adabraka. Yebe cross you over. Ye babaka. Interviews ni na ye di ebe bro. Mema wa ha.
Alaska de don.
Yes, the udini ba bia ka sofi.
Alaska de don iko ni asamen kase.
Iko yanko.
Alaska nyankupo nshira ne adwuma pa obomo man Ghana ne agenta ne akoma pa wo man Ghana nyankupo nshira pa. There is FLC the great John Dramani Mahama be bi obi nyankupo nshira nya de be enka na asunjuura na badwemba wura nyankupo nshira no fa. Alaska Usha we APP for sem every day one aye ka say APP for me to for na aye ka mon ti ase no. Enu na a manifest and ye kwakwo wudi esi wo sunwu no. Alaka enu de esi ye no mi notice bi bi obi du mu because enu tire to face APP for mra aye ka mra mo for mra nyejuma. Alaka usha abrante na okura ade na odugo obi na epa ye no. Alaka enu be nu se we so jaman ba ni je be pan to so onko abra so jaman ni se sa abrante no enti pone no. Enso o sa pan to so sa de na o ye no nja na onko. Oh, when they catch a gun for the Jamu Taba, Munka Nita and in the suit, and the buy no Muntaba man, and your party be any because I don't know the show, but say, may you say, no, Papa Taba man. If you a gun for the Omanka so moon, the MPs are by Mobile, Mobile, your Manka so moon or more come and Omanka so moon preparable. Some was almost a
okay. On this note, you cross over the Aqua Adabraka, Aqua cover the NDC Amanyo no press conference. Ye Bob Baka. Ye let you media. So I want 92.3 FM. Mahana Ghana focus also and a Ghana Fonina 8 Simpieso and the Jumedi and the team. Within the Alaska, that on the king of the airways, Yakwaba.
Ghana. We have invited you here this afternoon, friends from the media, to formally respond to some irresponsible and frivolous attacks that the New Patriotic Party, through some of its functionaries, have been heaping on the person of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama over factual comments he made during his recent thank you tour of the 5 northern regions of Ghana. As you may be aware, last Tuesday, President John Dramani Mahama wrapped up the first phase of his thank you tour, which took him to 5 regions in the northern sector of the country. The tour is designed to convey his deep appreciation personally to the millions of Ghanaians who voted for him across the country, and even those who may not have voted for him, but deemed it necessary to enhance Ghana's democracy through their participation in the electoral process. Mr. Mahama, whilst on the tour, also took time to engage in media interviews, which he commented on a number, during which he commented on a number of issues of national importance. Among others, President Mahama decried the mismanagement of the economy and the unsustainable debt hole the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government has plunged the country into, and the resultant economic hardships emanating from their imposition of several nuisance taxes on the good people of Ghana. He also lamented a rising spate of corruption in government and the nonchalance that has attended the subject in the last 5 years. He observed that the Akufo-Addo MPP government was simply unwilling to account for their stewardship and was not motivated to fight corruption, which has led to large-scale looting and abuse of the public purse. It had become obvious in the circumstance that the only way to exact any measure of accountability is to vote out the MPP after their 8-year tenure in 2024, which will be in keeping with established electoral trend since 1992. In fact, President Mahama echoed the sentiments of the vast majority of Ghanaians who feel scandalized by the unbridled corruption and plain thievery that has become the hallmark of the Akufo-Addo MPP government. The alarming scale of sleaze and corruption under this government is such that Ghanaians cannot wait to exact accountability by voting out the New Patriotic Party after their 8-year tenure in 2024. Anything short of that will spell doom for the public purse, which will be subjected to further systematic abuse should their mandate be renewed beyond 2024. Clearly, these factual statements made by President Mahama have hit the bull's eye. Our detractors in the MPP are dazed and agitated by the factual statements His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, made, because they know that the former president spoke nothing but the truth. It is obvious that they are very worried, about how President Mahama is exposing the true character of President Akufo-Addo, a man who rode on the back of a self-proclaimed propaganda of incorruptibility into power, only to turn around and supervise the most obscene abuse of the public purse in the history of this country. First to respond was the MPP's communications director, Yaboabian Samoa, who staged a performance reminiscent of the heydays of Comical Ali, the legendary Iraqi information minister, infamous for his denial of very obvious facts and truths. Mr. Samoa inexplicably claimed that the excruciating economic hardships Ghanaians are going through has only been spoken into place by President Mahama, and that it was not being felt by Ghanaians. According to him, he says that President Mahama is going around the country creating a false perception about hardships and that there is no hardship in Ghana. In other words, according to Mr. Boabian Samoa, all the taxes introduced by this government since 2017 and the rampant increases in fuel prices and every other commodity on the market leading to hardships in the country are just the words of President Mahama. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that Mr. Boaben's comical display is as amusing as it is disturbing. It is amusing because it demonstrates the willingness of this government to trivialize the suffering of the people. And it is disturbing because it shows that the MPP and their leaders have completely detached themselves from the very harsh economic conditions of Ghanaians and chosen to dwell in a delusional bubble. Clearly, they are living in their own world of luxury and comfort, far removed from the realities in the country today. It bears reminding the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government that the current economic difficulties of Ghanaians are not the product of any imaginary or delusional fantasy of members of the opposition. The economic hardships Ghanaians from all walks of life are experiencing today are the direct effects of the mismanagement of the economy through reckless squandering of scarce resources to secure re-election in 2020, which has left our finances in shambles. The excessive and reckless borrowing of the Akufo-Addo MPP government has ensured that we are barely able to service our debts, pay the salary of public sector workers, and have anything significant left to meet critical expenditure. This is why over half a dozen different taxes were introduced in the 2021 budget alone to plug the hole that have been created in the economy as a result of their recklessness. These taxes, coupled with other bad policies of the government, have conspired to increase prices of fuel, food commodities, building materials, and cost of living in general to unbearable proportions without any commensurate increment in incomes. And ladies and gentlemen, you can attest to this fact. We are all Ghanaians. We know the conditions that we are living in. If we are comfortable, no political leader, just by his mere words, can plunge us into hardships. The fact that many Ghanaians today are complaining about high cost of living and their standard of living that keeps on worsening shows that that is a reality Ghanaians are going through. Today, if you check the prices of commodities that Vice President Bawumia used to use for his Malata market economic analysis, you will realize that indeed Ghanaians are suffering. Because a gallon of petrol, which used to sell at about 14, 15, 16 Ghana cedis in December 2016 when we were leaving office, is today selling at almost 30 Ghana cedis. Today, the CD which was selling at just about 4 Ghana cedis when we were leaving office is selling at about 6 cedis, 10 pesos. And importers and exporters are crying. If you check building materials, for example, a bag of cement that used to sell at about 27 Ghana cedis in 2016 is today being sold at about 52, 53 Ghana cedis. In fact, in some parts of the country, it is even being sold at 54 Ghana cedis. That is about 100% increment. Check iron rods. I was just checking today. A pack of aluminum roofing sheets, the 40 mm aluminum roofing sheets, 20 in 1, that used to sell at 520 Ghana cedis in 2016, ladies and gentlemen, is today being sold at 1,200, 12 million, more than 100% increment. A pack of iron rods, 16 mm iron rods, which used to sell at 2,800 cedis, today is being sold at 5,000 Ghana cedis. These are the realities we are living in today. Today, if you check the price of a bag of maize, common maize, which used to sell at 170 Ghana cedis in 2016, today you need 450 Ghana cedis to buy a bag of maize. And so the MPP must take responsibility for the consequences of their insensitive and poor economic management decisions, and refrain from the ludicrous display of woeful blindness put up by their communications director, Yabu Abiansamwa. Friends from the media, next in line to respond to President Mahama was Gabi Asare-Okyere-Darko, a self-styled puppet master of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, who likes to conceal his role behind the veneer of non-involvement, and the General Secretary of the MPP, Mr. John Boado. It is clear, Mr. Gabi Okyere-Darko on his part 92.3 claimed that President Mahama had no basis for calling on Ghanaians to vote out the MPP in 2024 so that they can be held accountable for their many corrupt acts. Mr. John Boadu, on his part, also said that President Mahama accused their government of corruption without any proof. But friends from the media, it is clear from a cursory examination of their ridiculous positions that these are men who appear to be haunted by their own shadows, even though the touch of accountability is yet to be shown on them. These assertions by Gabi and the MPP's chief scribe are preposterous to say the least. The systematic governmental corruption spearheaded by President Akufo-Addo and his jocular vice president has been so overt and public that the condemnation of same by Ghanaians, including conscientious and principled MPP members of the MPP, has been unanimous. If Ghanaians are raising their voices in condemnation of corruption and rot within this government, it is because they have lost hope that the canker will ever be tackled as long as the MPP remains in power. They have too many examples of very clear corrupt practices that have gone unpunished to base their conclusions on. Ghanaians are aware of the fact that President Akufo-Addo has flattered to deceive on his 2016 campaign promise to protect the public purse when elected. In fact, we are all aware of how President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, who once professed to be incorruptible, have made corruption the most attractive venture in Ghana today and have turned out to be the biggest enablers and promoters of corruption. Friends from the media, Ghanaians have not forgotten how in the year 2017, 5 million liters of contaminated fuel belonging to the state, belonging to you and I, was sold by Bust to unregistered and unlicensed entities Moving Energy and Zoop Oil in breach of the National Petroleum Act and the Public Procurement Act. And the proceeds pocketed by entities involved and the accomplices in the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government. And here, I'm sure you all remember this particular corruption scandal. And it is sad for me to tell you that as we speak, the money that these phony, fraudulent companies had to pay to us. You breached the MPE Act in selling the products to them. That's fine. You breached the PPE Act. You sold the product to them as scrap. That's fine. But at least the monies that the buyers are supposed to pay to the seller, in this case, the government of Ghana, at least pay that one so that we can get money to develop this country. To date, as we speak, that money has not been paid. And because we like to adduce evidence to buttress every claim we make, we will just refresh your memory by showing you screenshots of some of these that confirm some of these scandals. So if you check this story by Modern Ghana, which was published on the 3rd of May 2019, says former boss MD Alfred Obain, management in trouble over contaminated fuel scandal. If you check the story, it is very clear that till date, the 471,000 liters, which was sold to Moving Energy and after that sold to Zoop Oil, has not been paid for. You can go to the next page. If you check the last but one paragraph there, it says that nevertheless, the Department of Finance at BOSS held the contrary view that Moving has not paid BOSS for the 471,000 liters fuel sold through Zoop Oil Limited. Additionally, the committee found out that thousands of liters of fuel in the tanks locked by MP could not be accounted for nor be traced. So not only did they sell this product as scrap, not only have they pocketed the proceeds, even what was left cannot be accounted for. They have stolen it. Friends from the media, again, Ghanaians have not forgotten about the infamous PDS scam through which Ghana lost over $1 billion of grants from the United States of America. You would recall how in the year 2019, PDS, a company made up of an appointee of President Akufo-Addo, specifically Mr. Philip Ayensu, the owner of TG Energy Solutions, which had 28% share in PDS, and other cronies of the president, used a fraudulent insurance guarantee to take over the 20 billion Ghana cedi assets of ECG. This scam was occasioned and facilitated by our jocular Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Bawumia, who decided to amend the requirement of a bank guarantee that had to be provided by the concessionaire PDS to establish their financial capacity. He decided to amend that into an insurance guarantee, the validity of which government appointees and officials who were involved in that deal deliberately refused to authenticate so they could capture that important state asset, ECG, for the family and friends of President Akufo-Addo. Even more bizarre and sad is the fact that to date, PDS has refused to refund to the state the electricity bills worth over 1.2 billion Ghana cedis, which they collected from ECG customers, all of us, during the pendency of the ECG PDS concession agreement. So as a result of their corrupt practices, which led to a fight over the PDS ECG booty, they had to terminate it. And the Americans, who first of all gave us money under the MCC arrangement for the N1 highway under President Kufuor, and even under President Mahama and President Mills, decided to give us another 490 million for the power compact so we could improve our power sector and once and for all put an end to doom so. They decided that, look, President Rawlings did well. That is why we gave the first tranche to President Mahama, to President Kufuor. President Kufuor managed that so well, and that is why you qualified for Compact 2, $490 million for your power sector, which President Mahama started, the processes for. But President Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have messed it up because of their greed and their corrupt practices. The concession agreement had to be terminated. And so we've given you 300 million Ghana cedis, $1 million. But the $190 million left, which we're supposed to give you, we are withdrawing it. We won't give it to you. That $190 million is equivalent to over 10 billion Ghana cedis. And you can see a publication to that effect on the screen. We are showing you how much money this country has lost in the last 5 years as a result of the greed and the thievery of this current government. Ghana loses $190 million over cancelled power contract. This was reported by Voice of Africa on October 25th, 2019. And like I said, sadly, even the electricity bills we pay to ECG have not been refunded to the state. Ladies and gentlemen, you would also recall how this same jocular and corrupt Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, who is now very much aware of his very dubious reputation as the most perfidious politician Ghanaians have ever seen, procured an already existing Ghana Asase GPS app at a cost of a whopping $2 million, that is about 110 billion old Ghana cedis, and branded it as a Ghana Post GPS app for Ghanaians, which he claimed was even more advanced than the GPS systems of advanced countries like Germany, UK, and Sweden. This was despite the fact that the original app, Asase GPS app, was already available and accessible to all Ghanaians for free, and that there was no need for the country to have paid that huge sum of money for that application. We have not forgotten about this scandal. So when the MPP start talking about corruption, they should know that these unprecedented corruption scandals are still very fresh in our minds. Again, ladies and gentlemen, people of this country have not forgotten how President Akufo-Addo in the year 2018 sought to personally defraud the state by giving executive approval for the Ameri Innovation deal, the cost of which had been inflated by an amount of $800 million. But for the vigilance of the NDC minority in Parliament and certain patriotic civil society organizations like COPEC, ASEP, and so on, this is how much President Akufo-Addo would have stolen from the state through that transaction alone. You recall the Ameri Innovation, or what some people prefer to call the Ameri Miscellaneous deal, where government told us that they were renegotiating the Ameri deal. They were going to bring in a new investor to manage the plants. Presented an agreement which had not even been approved by cabinet, but only the president. He had given executive approval for it. When we looked through it in Parliament, because of our diligence and patriotism, we found out that he had padded the cost of that agreement by as much as $800 million. When he was caught pants down, he said that he was misled by Boachie Ejako. Meanwhile, Boachie Ejako says that you knew about this. So we want Boabian Samoa, Gabi Ochredako, John Boadu, and the MPP to understand that they may have short memories, but we don't. We have not forgotten about this stinking corruption scandal. Again, we have not forgotten how President Akufo-Addo and his cabal of family and friends sought to capture and appropriate Ghana's gold royalties for themselves through the infamous Ejapa deal. Here again, but for the vigilance of the NDC minority in Parliament, because but for their vigilance and the vigilance of certain patriotic civil society organizations and a special prosecutor at the time, Mr. Martin Amidu, President Akufo-Addo and his cronies would have captured our national gold royalties for the next 15 years. In fact, as we speak, the millions of Ghana cedis that were paid by government to African Legal Associates, a law firm owned by cousin of President Akufo-Addo, Gabi Ochredako, who today has the audacity to talk about corruption, have not been refunded to the state. This is despite the fact that the state hasn't benefited in any way from the shady Ejapa deal, which, by the way, has been suspended by the president. So you try to steal our good royalties. Martin Amidu caught you pants down. Because of that, you suspended the Ejapa deal. Yet you have paid huge sums of money to so-called lawyers who worked on the agreement, including Gabi Ochredako. Here, his friend Kweku Baku saying that, oh, the money which was given to Gabi was not, it was just about $106,000. Let's see a publication to that effect. At least me, they won't believe, but their friend Kweku Baku, they will believe. So that when we say Gabi Ochredako is corrupt, people will know why we are saying so. It says, a Ejapa deal, Gabi Ochredako law firm pocketed $103,000. This was said by Kweku Baku on Peace FM and published by several portals, including Ghana Web. So, that can't say give us our money till date. Gabi is not willing to refund these monies to us. And make no mistake, this is not small money. $103,000 is more than 6 billion old Ghana cedis. It is not a joke. And so, as for what the special prosecutor did and said in his corruption risk assessment report about this deal, I know you're already privy to that, so we will not bore you with those details. But we just want the MPP to understand that Ghanaians have not forgotten about the scandal too. Again, friends from the media, Ghanaians have not forgotten about the PPA Donkomi contracts for sale scandal, in which the Chief Executive Officer of the Public Procurement Authority, Mr. A.B. Ajayi, and his agents were caught on tape selling government contracts. Listen to me very carefully. The CEO of the Public Procurement Authority was caught on tape by Manasseh Azuri in his famous Donkomi contract for sale expose, selling government contracts that had been awarded by certain ministries and government agencies to his private company, Talent Discovery Limited in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Indeed, investigations conducted by the Commission of Human Rights and Administrative Justice Shraj revealed that Mr. ABJ siphoned and snatched millions of Ghana cedis, totaling over 34 million Ghana cedis. That is 340 billion Ghana cedis into his personal bank accounts, the source of which he has not been able to explain or justify till date. Can we refresh our memory and look at some of those publications? So you see, sacked PPA CEO couldn't explain large amount of cash in his accounts. In his accounts, Shraj. There's a publication by City Newsroom. You can go to the next slide. Okay, the next slide.
Ahotor FM.
No, go back. We are not here yet. This is a mega scandal. So, one person alone in just about 3 years, my brothers and sisters, 340 billion old Ghana cedis. This one, it is not a mere allegation. Shraj has investigated the matter and has found that money in his account. Yet this man is still walking the streets of Ghana free. He was asked to justify and explain the source of that money. He couldn't. He couldn't. And yet these people have the effrontery to accuse others of corruption. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have not forgotten how President Akufo-Addo, after appointing dozens of his family relatives, including his own daughter and baby mama, into key positions in his government, went ahead to give the duty-free shop and the CIP lounge at Terminal 3, built by the visionary nation builder, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to his daughter, Valerie Obaze, and the wife of his cousin and executive secretary, Nana Santi Bedietu, who is called Femi Aditola, and one daughter of his personal assistant, Seratu Atta, in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Today, these cash cows that should have generated for the Ghana Airport Company, generated money for the Ghana Airport Company to pay back the loan they contracted to build Terminal 3 and to improve the financial health of the company, have been given to cronies of the president, while the Ghana Airport Company is starved of funds to even pay the welfare and retirement benefits of their workers. I'm sure not too long ago you saw the workers demonstrated. You saw them on their screens. In fact, the Director General, they even tried to assault one of the demonstrating workers. Because for the last 3 years, they have not increased the salary of the workers. They deduct their welfare from their salaries as source. They deduct their SNET, their retirement packages from their salaries as source every month. But for more than a year, they have not been paying these monies into their welfare and provident funds. So the Ghana Airport Company is so broke today that they are even stealing from their workers. And that is why they are fighting the management. And I think the media should pay attention to that. Sarah to Femi Aditola.
Ahotor FM.
President Muhammad has built an airport, and there is a duty-free shop and a commercially important person's lounge that they want to operate in. No problem. Let them go through due process. Just advertise, tender it. Let people compete for it and give it to the best bid. But you just don't give it to them because they are cronies and family relatives of the president. We have not forgotten about this stinking scandal. But this is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. More importantly, we have not forgotten about how between the years 2018 and 2020, over 500 excavators seized from illegal miners were stolen, sold, and in some cases, distributed to government officials and MPP apparatchiks to promote their illegal mining businesses. Till date, none of the 500 excavators, gold, and the other equipment seized from illegal miners by the Illegal Mining Task Force established by President Akufo-Addo have been accounted for. You would recall
Then
Minister for Environment, Professor Frimpong Boateng, accused the MPP regional vice chairman for the central region, Mr. Ekwewusi, of stealing these excavators and filed a criminal complaint with the police to that effect, whereupon Ekwewusi was arrested. Can we just see that publication quickly to refresh our memory? Because I recall the police issuing a statement after the arrest that they were going to investigate the matter, they were going to deal with the perpetrators, and today, all that have amounted to nothing. So, this is graphic online. Horace Ekwewusi, 5 others arrested over missing excavators and cautioned. This dated February 4th, 2020. How many? More than a year now. That one too is now a foolish case because it has been covered up by the mother serpent of corruption. Subsequent to this arrest, a videotape recording emerged which captured 2 individuals in a heated argument about how the seized excavators were distributed to officials and functionaries of the ruling New Patriotic Party and the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government on grounds that their party needs money. In quotes, party nyesika. In that tape, Ekwewusi was heard mentioning the man who likes to accuse everyone of corruption, their General Secretary John Boadu, as one of the MPP bigwigs who were giving some of the seized excavators for his illegal mining businesses that they have destroyed our water bodies and environments. And I'm not making this up. Frimpong Boateng says Ekwewusi, MPP Central Regional Vice Chairman, stole the 500 excavators. Ekwewusi says, I came to Frimpong Boateng with John Boadu, and he told me I should give them some to go and do galamsey because party Nyeska. Let's listen to that tape. It's just about 60 seconds.
I'm doing something for tomorrow.
Can you increase the volume?
Prof, I told you.
Oh, this is John Boadu who.
Maybe when many John Boadu any about with regards to Yenya and Physical Coma Party. Yes. What Prof? Ana umami authorization. 7 formal team na message at no money say man. Yes. Wa Prof na osan ka chem say e ya team na message. Memfa gizo na fanka. Yes, sir.
But do you tell me why is that maybe?
Prof.
We talk about the framework, the part. You know, say party against, and it's okay. That's good to me. You want to represent
Ahotor FM.
So you go there, inspect the place. That's from a team. But the kind of one can't tell say what we are before you I don't know. We talk about the framework.
One can say crown we see more who call Tapa. Abraham Becca said, area ho baby, Gizo Mobile suggests area ho baby. A home may inquire. One can say now see much so much as.
No, we are talking. No, John Boadu any fan way.
All right.
Ahotor FM.
Your memory. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the height of hypocrisy, or perhaps sheer impudence, driven by the intoxications of political power, for this same John Boadu to mount a moral horse and talk about corruption today. We are calling on John Boadu and other MPP functionaries who are alleged to be neck deep in the destruction of our forests and water bodies through their illegal mining activities to come out and clear their sullied reputations first before gathering the moral high ground to pontificate about corruption. We can understand why people like John Boadu is pained and petrified by President Mohammed's call for Ghanaians to vote out the MPP in 2024 so they can be held accountable for their unprecedented thievery and corruption. Clearly, John Boadu knows that he cannot pass the accountability test when his role in that infamous missing excavator scandal and the illicit galamsey trade is scrutinized. We wish to remind John Boadu that the day of accountability may tarry, but it will surely arrive. I'm sure you even remember that at some point, somebody was arrested who said he was a driver of John Boadu. and who was actively engaged in illegal mining. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have also not forgotten the Galamsey fraud expose by ACE investigative journalist Anas Arimi Yawanas, in which a presidential staffer and secretary to the then Interministerial Committee Against Illegal Mining, Charles Bissiou, was caught on tape taking bundles of money, taking bribes to promote illegal mining activities of some foreigners and their local MPP collaborators. Before I move forward, on the PDS one, there is another tape, just about 30 seconds, involving, first of all, let's see because let me give you a background. You know that one of the people involved was Philip Ayensu, who owns a barbering salon. Yes. And he has been appointed by President Akufo-Addo to the NCA board. He's the one who owns TG Energy Solutions, which was given 28% of ECG, meaning that when we pay electricity bills and ECG gets profits, this one man alone gets 28% of the profits of all the electricity bills customers of ECG pays. And Gabi Otredakon, allegedly, and another brother of the president, Edward Akufo-Addo, were said to be on a WhatsApp platform. Can we see those details? So this was a WhatsApp platform trailer in Manila. You have Gabi there, you have Babatunde Ampa, I don't know him. You have Edward Akufo-Addo, Bomti, Gabi Otredakon, Kwame Ovusu Banfo, and other people, Philippa Yusuf. I want to on the people. We are refreshing our memory so that when these people are talking about corruption, because they are afraid of accountability, you will know what is at stake. So you can see these conversations, Gabi Otredakon writing, Philip, the structure won't work if you don't incorporate an SPV. I do not understand why we are fighting over so many things, Now play the tape. Let's listen to the conversation that allegedly his cousin or his uncle, Bomti, had with Philip Ayunsu over the PDS matter. Can you play that tape, please?
You can't go below 40.
No, sir.
At all.
Yes, sir. Gabi, see, we come far.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah. No, I can't go below the 40. I would rather prefer getting off and just getting something out of it and just getting off.
Okay, so I see.
It's just to demonstrate that this is for me and it's not for anybody. And that is something I want to just
Ahotor FM 92.3.
Okay, if that's your final position, then we have to let the others know and spread the sound moving forward.
Okay, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
See, ECG na near Chenesano. This is 40. You say I can't go below 40. The ECG that belongs to all of us. Yeah, in the PDS matter. Friends from the media, so alarming and pervasive has corruption become under the watch of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, that even fertilizer worth millions of Ghana cedis, meant for farmers under their much-touted Planting for Food and Jobs program, have been stolen and smuggled outside the country by some greedy elements in the ruling MPP. Fertilizer too, they are stealing. When the Minister of Agriculture was asked about this, he shamelessly told the nation that these tons of fertilizer were stolen and smuggled by camels and donkeys to Burkina Faso. Hence, government's inability to question or arrest the perpetrators of this broad daylight robbery. Only in Ghana, and I repeat, only in Ghana, can such cock and bull stories be entertained for a minute by public officials. However, let this message get to the Agric Minister and others who are milking the nation through shady deals under the Planting for Food and Jobs program, that we are watching with eagle eyes and we shall hold them to account one by one. Friends from the media, these are just 10 classic examples of corruption and stealing that have been perpetrated against the Ghanaian people by President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia. Time constraints will not allow me to talk about the Australia Visa fraud scandal, the National Youth Authority street light scandal, the missing tricycle scandal, the premise fuel diversion scandal, the National Lotteries Authority scandal, the Frontiers Health Services scandal, and the many other corruption scandals that the mother serpent of corruption, President Akufo-Addo, and his jocular and corrupt Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, have supervised in the last 5 years. We will leave that for another day. But what is clear from all these cases of corruption and stealing, which have cemented President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia's reputation as the most corrupt president and vice president in Ghana's history, is that President Mahama was absolutely right when he said that this MPP government is corrupt and that they must be kicked out in 2024 if we have any intention of holding them accountable for their rot. Never, ladies and gentlemen, never in the history of Ghana have we had such sophisticated thieves at the presidency and in government. No wonder the presidency has today become a breeding ground for criminals under their watch. And I want to repeat this paragraph for emphasis, because there are some people that when you call these people who they are, they get offended. But we are calling them by their very name. And what I'm saying is that, ladies and gentlemen, never in the history of Ghana have we had such sophisticated, and maybe I should add clever thieves at the presidency and in government. They steal fertilizer, they steal excavators, they steal oil, they steal everything. They steal everything. If they are not thieves, are they better than those who steal tomatoes and border in the farm? It's about time we call them by their very name and confront them. Because anybody who steals 500 excavators, he is more than an armed robber. But they are walking the streets of Ghana free. Because the man who is at the helm of affairs is himself corrupt. He's part of the corruption. His own bosom friend, Martin Amidu, carved that name for him. I thank him very much because it fits him very well, the mother serpent of corruption. You see? So he covers up all these corrupt acts. And that is why they have the effrontery to even call a press. When I heard that the MPP had called a press conference, I thought they were going to talk about Agenda 111 or something. But when I heard that they were talking about corruption, I said, really? These people don't have any shame. So that is who they are. And we owe them no apologies because they are thieves. What is instructive in all this is the fact that none of the government officials and MPP functionaries responsible for all these cases of corruption, which have occasioned huge financial losses to the state. Look at how much money we lost through PDS alone. None of these people have been held responsible for any of these corrupt acts. Instead of prosecuting them and ensuring that the monies involved are refunded to the states, President Akufo-Addo has cleared, shielded, and even in some cases defended many of the culprits of these acts, including himself. This is what has made corruption a free-for-all pageant show in the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government, and has emboldened many more appointees and officials of government to engage in more acts of corruption and plain stealing with brazen impunity. Coupled with this is the extreme levels of intolerance and heavy-handedness towards independent anti-corruption institutions and office holders and civil society activists who have dared to hold the feet of this government to the fire of accountability. President Akufo-Addo removed the Auditor General, great assets that this country has. He removed him very painfully, Isaiah Odumelevo, from office in clear retaliation for surcharging his senior minister for his role in the $1 million cruise scandal. Today, you have the president praising the new Auditor General. The Auditor General is supposed to be the referee in this corruption game. He is the one who is supposed to check everyone, including the president. So if you have a president who has masterminded the removal of an Auditor General who all of us can attest was fighting corruption, brought in a new one, and today he can stand on a platform and say that this new one has even done better than the old one, and praise him, then you should know that Ghana is in trouble. His own acclaimed special prosecutor, as I've already indicated, Martin Amidu, cited direct interference to extricate his cousin and finance minister Ken Oforiatta during the Japan corruption risk assessment as a reason for his resignation. The president is also on record to have shown open hostility and held abuse at prominent civil society leaders for criticizing his handling of corruption cases, describing some of them variously as thoughtless and loose-talking, in quotes, and politicians in CSO clothing. These constitute unprecedented attacks on accountability institutions and Ahotor FM. The total collapse of the wobbly fight against corruption under the watch of this president. So, Auditor General, Ajenedie, Special Prosecutor, Ajenedie, and now civil society organizations are the ones the president is dealing with, calling them all manner of names. What is most despicable in all this is how officials of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, their governments, are busy profiting from the COVID-19 pandemic, which has and continues to claim many precious lives. We thought that COVID would be an exception because that one is our lives, it's our health. But as for these people, when it comes to stealing and corruption, they have no exceptions. Today, state funds allocated for the country's fight against COVID-19 are being misappropriated by greedy and shameless officials of this government through many scheduled deals. You are all aware how recently the Minister of Health, Kweku Agyeman-Manu, and the Minister of Finance, Ken Oforiatta, violated the Public Procurement Act and the Public Financial Management Act in the procurement of 3.4 million doses of Sputnik V vaccines. Even though they could get these vaccines below $10 per dose from the Russians, they decided to go through phony and dubious intermediaries who were interested in abnormal profit so they could go back and share with them. Under this corrupt deal, government without parliamentary approval contracted to pay and actually paid $19 per dose of Sputnik V vaccine to Sheikh Damouk of Dubai when they knew that the approved international market price of the vaccine in question was, like as I said, less than $10. But for the vigilance and patriotism of the NDC, minority in parliament, and the media, Ghana would have lost over $20 million through this corrupt deal alone. So they are so shameless. In spite of several calls by the president to sack the health minister and the finance minister who were implicated in this unlawful and corrupt deal, both of them continue to remain at post. The one who were told went for a 2 weeks leave has surreptitiously returned and is working now. He thinks we don't know. We are very aware that he's working. Only weeks ago, Ghanaians witnessed President Akufo-Addo make light joke of this serious scandal following a clamor for the dismissal and prosecution of the health and finance ministers for their roles in this affair. Somebody goes to buy a vaccine at a hyper-inflated price. The thing is below $10, he goes to buy it at about $19 without parliamentary approval and without going through the procurement law. And even when they bought it and some of the vaccines got to Ghana, they didn't even send the vaccines to FDA for testing. They were so busy thinking about the monies they could get from the transaction. So the FDA did not even test, and they gave these vaccines to Ghanaians. Something like this which borders on life and safety. The president decided to make a joke out of it. That Agyeman-Manu abredodo ohushe nemrebeba. Distinguished friends from the media, the latest of these COVID-related thievery are the hyper-inflated expenditures captured at Appendix 4B and 4E of the 2021 mid-year budget review, where the Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government claims to have spent a whopping $100 million. A whopping $100 million, equivalent to 600 million Ghana cedis, that is 6 trillion old Ghana cedis, on the procurement of face masks, Veronica buckets, hand sanitizers for secondary school children, and another $75 million, equivalent to 401 million Ghana cedis, which is also equivalent to over 4 trillion old Ghana cedis, on the same items, face mask, hand sanitizer, Veronica bucket, for the NIA and the EC for the registration exercises they conducted in the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, what in the world can justify these clearly hyper-inflated and outrageous expenditures? Just ask yourself. All of us here should ask ourselves, how many secondary schools do we have in this country? How many Veronica buckets were procured and distributed to these schools? How many secondary school children do we have in Ghana? How many face masks, the 1 cedi face mask, and hand sanitizers were distributed to them? And as a patriotic Ghanaian, ask yourself whether even if these items, face masks, Veronica buckets, hand sanitizers, were made of gold and diamond, these outrageous, hyper-inflated expenditures are justifiable. $100 million, which is some way, somehow, the same amount they have allocated for their so-called Agenda 111 project. So $100 million for hospitals, 111. But the same $100 million for face masks, Veronica buckets, and hand sanitizers. Maybe, I don't know why the screen is off, but when it comes back, let us see. I want to show our media friends here those appendixes so that when they go, they can take time and check the media budget. So if you check, this is Appendix 4E. We are not lying to you. It is contained in their own budget. And if you check, this is COVID expenditure for mass reopening of secondary schools. That is there. It is 598 million Ghana cedis, equivalent to $100 million at the time. This is contained, this page 101, Appendix 4E of the 2021 media budget review. Go to the next one, which is Appendix 4B, page 100 of the media budget review. And if you check item 6.1, it is somewhere down there. If you want copies, we'll get you copies. Another $75 million, 4 trillion OCDs for these same items for the NIA and the EC. We in the NDC are deeply worried about how monies we should have been used to provide roads, hospitals, schools, potable water, jobs, and for other productive ventures that can benefit the good people of Ghana are being wasted on corruption and profligacy for the Akufo-Addo-Bawumia NPP government. We are deeply concerned because we care about our dear nation. Even though this government has borrowed more money than any government in Ghana's history, thereby increasing our public debt from just about 120 billion Ghana cedis in 2016 to over 336 billion Ghana cedis as at last quarter 2021, they have very little to show relative to developmental projects, be it in education, health, and all other sectors of the economy. This is because, you see, the reason why you're not getting the roads in your communities, the reason why you're not getting the hospitals, you're not getting schools, the reason why you're not getting jobs is because this government has wasted the unprecedented revenues that have accrued to them in the last 5 years on corruption, profligacy, like traveling in luxurious private jets so that the president can shower in the skies, and consumption. They have wasted all these monies on chop-chop. Ladies and gentlemen, how long can we continue like this as a country? I'm sure you would agree with me that the dizzying levels of corruption, naked thievery, and insensitivity of the Akufo-Addo government, which is depriving Ghanaians of the development and comfort they deserve, must come to an end. We, the good people of this country, who still have our conscience and integrity intact, have a duty to unborn generations to rescue our beloved country from the clutches of this incompetent, inept, dishonest, nepotistic, and corrupt Akufo-Addo-Bawumia NPP government, and restore her back to the path of development, accountability, inclusivity, and true progress. This is why President Mahama is calling on all of us to kick these greedy thieves out of office in 2024, to afford the next NDC administration the opportunity to hold them accountable for their many corrupt acts. We cannot afford to give them 4 more years to steal more and to cover up and enjoy their loot, while majority of us continue to wallow in squalor and abject poverty. Regime change is the only hope we have of holding President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and the appointees accountable for their stewardship. It is the only way we can retrieve the huge sums of monies, our monies, that have been stolen from the state and punish them in accordance with law. Our friends in the MPP know that most of them cannot pass the accountability test when they leave office. This is why they are panicking and desperately jumping over themselves to, in quotes, break the 8 at all costs. And this is why they are desperately trying to run down the hard-won reputation and integrity of the nation builder, President John Dramani Mahama, whose public image stands tall and continues to shine like a towering lighthouse. As for the MPP and their corrupt surrogates, their cup is full to the brim and running over. Time has exposed their chicanery and criminal acts. Ghanaians are well awake at this time around, and have come to appreciate them for who they truly are. An incompetent, dishonest, and corrupt bunch who only came to power to enrich themselves at the expense of the state. They will not be third time lucky with lies. And so no amount of subterfuge and comical attacks they heap on the person of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama can hoodwink Ghanaians and keep them in power beyond 2024. And so we will not bore you with any response to the false and baseless corruption allegations leveled against the NDC and President Mahama. All the stale and contrived allegations these thieves rehashed at their last press conference addressed by their General Secretary have been discredited over and over again. Like I can say, in quotes, yatiabre, to which we are tired of listening to the same old lies. 5 years after leaving office, President Mahama remains squeaky clean with unblemished integrity. His impeccable record is there for all to see. If you listen to the kind of noise they made in opposition when President Mahama in office, you would have thought that President Mahama would have been in jail by now. But today, his integrity remains unblemished. Because if you look at his record, everything shows that indeed he came to serve the people of this country and develop this country with honesty, humility, selflessness, and patriotism. To date, not a scintilla of evidence has been adduced by the MPP to substantiate any of the allegations of corruption they leveled against President Mahama when they were in opposition, including those made by the then opposition leader candidate Akufo-Addo, that President Mahama had inflated the cost of the Rage Hospital, Kaswa Interchange, Kumasi Airport rehabilitation projects, and even used $10 million for the printing of presidential diaries. Not a scintilla of evidence has been adduced to buttress that. During his time in office, President Mahama fought corruption head-on, no matter whose ox was God, including prosecuting his own appointees for alleged corrupt acts, as he did in the Jida case. A standard President Akufo-Addo has never and can never live up to, because he has corruption embedded in his DNA. Unlike the mother serpent of corruption, President Mahama never shielded or defended any appointee of his who was found to have engaged in corruption. So high, ladies and gentlemen, so high was President Mahama's commitment to the fight against corruption that a deputy minister in his government who privately expressed a mere intention to quit politics if she made $1 million was asked to step aside. His track record relative to the fight against corruption is unassailable, and no amount of lies can change this fact. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me deal with what is perhaps the most ridiculous and preposterous of all the claims the MPP made at their press conference, which is the claim that they are fighting corruption because they are prosecuting some officials of the former NDC Mahama government. When you ask them, how are you fighting corruption? Oh, we are prosecuting Dr. Puni. That is their way of fighting corruption. This claim is very ridiculous and laughable because, as you do know, if the fight against corruption was all about prosecution of political opponents, then anybody at all can fight corruption. Who cannot prosecute his enemy? This is because the mere prosecution of political opponents is the easiest path in the fight against corruption. As President Mahama said some time ago, the true test of one's commitment to the fight against corruption doesn't lie in the prosecution of their opponents, but the prosecution of their own appointees. In fact, most of the cases of criminal prosecutions against some officials of the former NDC regime, the MPP keeps bragging about, oh, we are fighting corruption because we are prosecuting this former appointee of NDC and so on. Most of these cases they keep bragging about are beginning to crumble like a pack of cards right before their very eyes. What we are seeing is a desperate regime which is not interested in upholding fair trial and the interests of justice, but determined to do everything possible under the sun to convict former NDC government officials at all costs for cheap political goal scoring. Classical examples that highlight this fact is a case against the former Senate boss, Ernest Thompson, which has been dismissed by the Supreme Court on grounds of defective charges. And also the case against the former Chief Executive Officer of Cocoa Board, Dr. Stephen Opuni and Alhaji Seydou Agongo. In the case of the Opuni trial, even after the Supreme Court of the Republic has prohibited the trial judge, I want you to listen to me very carefully, even after the Supreme Court has barred the trial judge, Justice Onyuga, from presiding over the case on grounds of his manifest prejudice and bias against the accused persons, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Godfred Yabu-Adame, who is supposed to advance the interests of justice in all cases,
Ahotor FM.
On grounds that starting the case de novo, starting the case afresh, will be at great expense and cost to the state. This is the most unfortunate statement I have heard from an Attorney General in my life. And it is a slap in the face of fair trial and administration of justice. Because you know why, friends? There are about 4 High Court justices, 4 High Court judges at the criminal division of the High Courts. But for some reasons, Justice Unyenyuga, then Justice of the Court of Appeal, was given a special warrant to preside over the prosecution of Dr. Stephen Opuni and Seydou Agongo. Few months after that, Justice Unyenyuga was promoted to the Supreme Court by President Akufo-Addo. This is the Justice Unyenyuga, a judge, who during the 2020 election campaign publicly endorsed and campaigned for a second term for President Akufo-Addo when he visited his palace. The judge who has said in open court that the Opuni case is distracting him from his Supreme Court duties. Hence, he wants to conclude the case quickly so that he can focus on his Supreme Court duties. We are talking about the judge who, in his ruling on a submission of no case, decided to exclude from the evidence on record as many as 18 exhibits that vindicates the case of Dr. Opuni and the other accused persons, and which were tendered through prosecution witnesses without any objection whatsoever from the prosecution. The insistence by the Attorney General to have Justice Unyenyuga continue with this case suggests that the Attorney General is desirous of having his own preferred judge preside over a case that he is prosecuting. This singular conduct has the tendency to completely erode public confidence in the judiciary as an independent arm of government. Simple questions government and Godfred Dame must answer are, number one, why must Justice Unyenyuga preside over the Opuni trial at all costs, despite the clear prejudice and bias he has exhibited against the accused persons? Is he the only judge in Ghana who can preside over that case? And more importantly, why must fair trial and justice, truth, be sacrificed on the altar of cost? Can Godfrey Dame sell his liberty for money? So when people's liberties are at stake, fair trial is at stake, justice is at stake, you are telling us that the Supreme Court says, this judge has shown bias. We are barring him, even though he's our own colleague. He cannot preside over the case. They are saying that, oh, my laws, if you do that, we have to go and start afresh. It will cost us money, so let him come in. I mean, where in the world did you hear this? From somebody who is not just an attorney general, that is, he's not just a lawyer for government, but he is also a minister of justice. And therefore must be interested in justice for all citizens. Clearly, friends from the media, Godfrey Dame is engaged in headhunting for his preferred judge in the Opini trial for an outcome that should be obvious to any objective mind. Most of the criminal cases against former NDC appointees that the MPP would have us believe are evidence of their commitment to the fight against corruption are cases of prosecution. They are cases of persecution and not prosecutions. As such, these cannot and should not be believed as evidence of any genuine commitment to the fight against corruption. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to remind the MPP that Ghanaians are well aware of the fact that the wobbly and fraudulent fight against corruption President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia have supervised in the last 5 years has been lost completely. No attempt to cover this up will suffice, as the people of Ghana are sufficiently aware of which party really protects the public purse and which one merely pay lip service to it only to subject same purse to abuse. The only motivation for President Akufo-Addo, Dr. Bawumia, and the MPP to want to break the eight in their own ways is to help them perpetuate this regime of corruption, naked thievery, ostentation, and impunity. Most of all, their wish is that in 2024, Ghanaians will give them another opportunity to cover up their bad deeds and continue to dim the torch of accountability while further enriching themselves and impoverishing the Ghanaian people. However, we are quite confident that come 2024, all well-meaning Ghanaians who wish to see the progress of our nation will join forces with us to break the 8 years of stealing, break the 8 years of nepotism, break the 8 years of lawlessness and impunity, break the 8 years of deception and broken promises, and break the 8 years of injustice and intolerance. President Mahama will continue to express his gratitude to the people of Ghana for their support and will provide a voice for the voiceless to ensure good governance and accountability. No amount of misrepresentations and verbal attacks will dissuade him from doing and saying what he deems to be right in the interest of the nation. We wish to encourage the media, you who are the fourth estate of the realm, and anti-corruption CSOs who are being abused by President Akufo-Addo for their relentless fights against corruption under him. We salute your courage and patriotism. Please, don't give up or give in to the abuses and threats of this intolerant and despotic regime. Don't give up to the insults and threats of these thieves. Let us kick them out in 2024 so we can hold them accountable for their thievery. And let's work together to rescue this country from the hands of this corrupt MPP government and build the prosperous and better Ghana that we all yearn for. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. May God bless us.
92.3 Ahotor FM. Ahotor FM. Ahotor FM. All right. Mijola.
We don't have time, so I'm told nobody has a question for me. So because of that, I want to crave your indulgence. Please just keep your cameras in position as I do a very quick summary of this presentation in the Twi language for the purposes of the account stations. Yes, I don't want to be accused as not allowing for questions. My brother, I saw you coming. Do you have a question? Yeah, so what's the question?
2.3 FM.
Just one question. I'll answer and then just do the thing.
My name is Emmanuel Saki. Yeah. I work for Top FM and TV. Yeah. In John Boydus and Boabinsa Samoa Express last week, they made mention of a number of projects that the former president said he completed or he started, which to them is false. So I asked Boabina Samoa to tell us number of projects when at the time they were voted into power was completed by the Elsewhere administration, and number of projects which were uncompleted, he couldn't answer. So can you tell me the number of projects the NDC completed when leaving office and the number of projects they couldn't complete?
All that is contained in the Green Book. But today is not the day for that. Today we are talking about corruption and other issues. So we will deal with that later. Maybe after this you can meet me in my office. I'll grant you an interview on that. Yeah, thank you. So abusuafo ayeshemu ha. Dedi kan me pese me da mu nyina ma sese monya abotre etie yen. Se ye frɛ mu a enye bone. Se te se de mu nyina mu nim no na watwetwa mu. Eye ebnada no na Omapenyi Mahama nto abo a ɔbɔ no wɔ Ghana fa na nyina. Se wɔde da Ghana fo ase ɛwɔ aba a ɔmoto ma no ne mmoa mpae a ɔmabɔ ama no throughout the 2020 campaign mu no. Ɔde ɛfa edikan no a na ɛyɛ for the 5 northern regions of Ghana no ɛba awieye. Kɔ hɔ ne nananom atena konwa ne ɔmanfo wɔ di nkomo bebree. Ɔgye brɛ so kɔ radio so ne Ghana fo nyina ɛwɔ saa mpatamu okodi nkomo. Wɔne ne kasa mu no ɔde nsɛm mienu bi to dwa ɛm sɛ ama popo bribrim abɔ yenuanom MPP fo paa. Asɛm ba akɔ ɔkan ne sɛ ɛnɛ ɔmampenya kufu ado amamu bɔ ne ne nhyehyɛ yɛbɔ ne nti no ɛka ɛmene Ghana ama ɛnɛ Ghana sika yɛgyegye no ɔman ni mu nyinaa yɛwɔ asɔman nyinaa no yɛde tua yɛka ho nsi ho tua wie ne yɛtua aban adwumayɛfoɔ ka wie a bibia ni hɔ bia de bɛyɛ mpuntunwuma ama sika aba kurom ama sika aba yɛbotom ɛno ɛne other policies sɛ taxes foforɔ aban wei de abɛgu yɛn so dollar ɛnɛ ate praga na Dr. Bawomi adwane a yɛnhu baabi a wafiri watɛne ne ho from economic wizard into IT expert no ɛno na ama ahokyerɛ a Ghanafoɔ hu bi da ɛna ɛnɛ ɔmukum tí ɔka ahokyerɛ ho asɛm paa ɛka sɛ ɛbɛyɛ aban toto nneɛma yie na aban tete nneɛma so sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ ɔmanfoɔ ho bɛhenhan ɔmo na yɛho atɔ yɛ kakra ewi akyire ɔsan so ka sɛ ɛnɛ wɔhwɛ baabi akata ahyehyɛ ne prɔyɛ akɔ akɔduru no a ayɛ hu because say no akɔ yes beauty pageant show MPP officials including ɔmampanyi pemu nankasa ɛne na bɛdi akyi Dr. Bawumia ɔmo nan ɔmo nsa ne ɔmo baabi asi kata ahyehyɛ ɛne prɔyɛ agodie ne mu a ɛkyɛ sɛ sika ɛwɔ sɛ yɛde yɛ ɔman ne yie no nipa kakra bi ewia egu ɔmo botom nti sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ade hyerɛdeɛ ne sɛ 2024 abatoɔ mmerɛ no so a yɛnto aba ne yɛnwɔ MPP foɔ etikɔ no mu mfura konwa so sɛ na ɛbɛyɛ aban foforɔ bɛba na yɛtimi aba bɛhwehwɛ ɔmo nyɛma mu na yɛde ɔmo ɔmo di sika fa ma kwa adeɛ wɔsi agye ma ɔman no de yɛ ɔman ne yie ma adwuma ne ahotɔ ba kurom ha so no yɛtimi ayɛ ne saa yɛnuanom MPP foɔ te asɛm yi a ɔmo mu no yi a ɔmo ati kopum ɔmo sɛ adan na President Mahama se ahokyerɛ wɔ Ghana na ahokyerɛ biara ni Ghana because Ghana foɔ yɛ ho tɔ yɛ paa na President Mahama ne nam a ɔkeka sɛ ahokyerɛ wɔ ha na ahokyerɛ biara ni ha ɛnnɛ yɛyi anons yɛyi saa asɛm na no sɛ bi yɛnuanom MPP foɔ ɔmo fo buo ne nidie kakra ma Ghana foɔ because deɛ ɔda ne gya mu no ne nim sɛ ne sisi ne fa sɛ Ghana foɔ wɔ ahotɔ mu a politician bi ani wɔ obetumi aka atwerɛ mo sɛ ɔmo wɔ ahokyerɛ mu ɔmbɛgye na di nti ɛnnɛ sɛ Ghana foɔ dodoɔ na esu sɛ ɔman ani mu ayɛ den na President Mahama de nano ato mu bi a muntie na montete nneɛma so taxes no montete so kakra because the truth of the matter ne sɛ apart from ɔmo kakra bi a ɔmo di de no ɔmo timi han private jet akɛseɛ dɔnhwere baako bi a ɔman no bɔka over 1 billion cedis no yɛaka yɛfa yɛtrɔtrɔ ne yɛ taxi no yɛbrɛ paa because of all these taxes a ɔmo de abɛgu yɛ so ɛne ɔman no sikasɛm a atete apansam enam omamu bonenti ene yesi Ghana vo nim hwekra ndokra to ahye de omunim se aben ukodwomu a obi esu because oton a yento nti de oton no usu ena de okoton no usu ufiri a yentua odo nsa hye obotomu a ensi hwe so bo hye bebre ba aban no ebepetu mi omo hye ye nyina no yehu aburo bag na your top bag 170 Ghana cedis 2016 and ne Mahama Tino. And at the same bag and your ton of 170 Ghana no, I just look it at 450 Ghana. No wait me to be. Petrol. Now your top gallon. Bear 16 Ghana cedis in December 2020 no. And I just look it at bear 30 cedis. No winya 1 gallon. Ewo goil and the total and it shell ne de keka ho. Dollar na 4 cedis a Dr. Bawumi ama yehu so no de onim. Omampenye kufuado kra ka se Dr. Bawumia de wiase mu nyanse nyina de tim ne wo. Tinye free se wo ba ma dollar na free 4 cedis akọ 2 cedis. Is a dollar no etwam 6 Ghana cedis. Obi ka kire yen se under Dr. Bawumia dollar be do 6 cedis a. Nke bia Ghana fo bebre nyini. So ene abaso. Ene cement near top back 27 Ghana cedis. Under Omampenyi Mahama in 2016 no. And I just look at the 50 52 baby cry 54 cedis and send when your bag. Iron Ross. In chance, Bibia boa kosuru boom boom a Ghana for bre. And he say, we are buying munipa. Now, what dear, where did you mean? Now, when Yamana bros wintino, Mumu baby cramun tofu, taxpayers seek an amode tofu or gumukam. Munyama bakra muntia import duty. Nanunti, ye jay no mumun tibia, and your moon come on to Nagana for Kadia how. Na ye nyai se ye twa Ghana for ada pa se omho ne to mo na politician bi na DBB show mutim se ahokyere wo e ya tem didie e ma Ghana for nyina de to so mienu a ene ehu hia ye pa ye ka ho asem ye kata hye ne pro ya asem
Ahoto FM
ura Mahama ka ho asem o before se momonti bi da nti o ma friends am chofo na watwa mi de deep present Mahama tem de enimu nyina ya ka to no so te se de mo ye ne da no. And on the Akase, some more kind of the because a mugu say a Ford give to a DNA, all those scandals. Munina Munim say Yatiabre, she nim, say Bibi Womua, and can fear Numia President Mahama Betna opposition. And come with the abab on that my President Mahama Kran and Kiacheno. And then the ministers, the deputy ministers, see on your way, Makiachibi. So basically, MPP, NDC, former minister or deputy minister, be anywhere Yacheno. So Abokrono. La campese President Mahama cry ya cheno. Sabo mo kato no so nyina. President Mahama disikato Rage Hospital boso, Kaswa interchange boso, Kumase Airport boso, ni nyina dance wo hia. Sa na ya kuhwisem ne ehrudo rather sem. E no mo de say sa be ma ni monyamfo no kwa. Besi ne omuntimi fa ho dance e bia mai. Nti ya fa ne say sa nsem ne ehrudo rather sem ne mbogu a yen sososo. Because so we are buying now a serious government. Now we say a political opponent who suru no wabokro no. Now untimi fa ho adanse e ma megu nani ase enche ne nkogina court wa. Now was one fast one say. It means you are a useless government inti yen so. But the person you no MPP for ti ase ne say back at ahye ne proya asemo a eye haram ma mo ye musuo ma wo mo ni so mo ka bi kura. Because krono mo betena konya so ma boyi no eye dutwam ye hu bi da. Yenti bi mpanyin sem da. Ghana sika Ghana japade o ma fom no ye hu bi da. Aso mo free se yakoto abafo front ye refia. De omo ye ya ansa ne yakoto 2020 aba ne ye remfie. Na de omo we ne omo second term isu no a omo ye no so ye remfie. Ti na yabobo bi so. Kwan a omo fa so Ghana ye fa ngo 5 million liters. Ye ka 5 million liters a ye ka be 200 tankers of oil. Omotoma unregistered on unlicensed businesses abroman famra kwanso boni don komi fofofo na besi ne sika kra wo se companies ne de ma ban omon fam ma ban ne yenya sika ayempuntu nyuma ama Ghana fo nya hoto no ye rain fees a boss scandal no sa kro no kese ne rain fee PDS a MPP fo ya bi ne omampenye kufu ado hu nipa binom fa frakadam kwanso ebe J ECG, Ejapadiya Kakraka say, using a fake insurance guarantee, Dr. Bawumia Boa or Momo de Babejayan. You're in fear. Sika na was America for the boy be 10 billion Ghana cedis a omu twa mu omo se omo mfa ma ye biem compact trip po de $500 million ye maso ni nyina omo twa mu omo se omo mfa ma ye biem krono nti ye rent fees asem ni nyina ekwan aga bi o kire da akoni o mampenye kufu ado nuanom na omo ho bonds asem we mu a ebe ya asem kese wo Ghana na ye de ho adanse ni bi a kire mu ama ye nyina ya kaka ye ho ye rent fee eja paso ye rent fee kwan a abai we mu nipa fa so se komo be wi Ghana ye gold sika ye nya firi mu nyina for 15 years NDC ye mra she bedwafo together with Central for ni CSOs binom imanimo ne special prosecutor Martina Midu mu bua ma ye pa o mo to ma stop us ade no ye rent fee ne mpo with regards to Japan ye nim se be sinne sika be 6 billion o mutua ma o mampenye kufu ado ni nua gabi o chede akon law firm African Legal Associates. Under that deal, you need to make our mind and say, Wafa, or then you didn't negotiate for a day chili. A Bragana for Yanuma, Ghana for Binumun Yan Supano, Ghana for Yareno Moko Hospital, more than form because I'm penny on Quabrane no one pump under an illegal agreement, Sika ye to Yamano, because in your man penny. Ye rain fear, Quaya, President Mahama Airport Kakrakea, West Yesi Kutuka Air Terminal 3. Now ye duty free shop wo mu ye CIP lounge wo mu se be ma airport no sika na adwuma ye fo e wo ho no metime page o market yom na airport na time agina brane no ye rem fi kwan a o mampanya kufu ado a ono wa ma ne ba post ne ba maami post ne wo fa ase no post na ni nyina achinti pese mi nkum nyanti wasan so de sa duty free shop na ma ne ba ba Valerie Obaze ne ye rem fi commercially important persons lounge so a Odiama you can say Sarah Tuata, the personal assistant, the Baba. Ene Femi Aditola or Wari Nana Santi Bedia to President Kufuado cousin, ye rain finina. And Penny wasn't Kawen Yabi Amawasia Monochrono, airporta when Sibi. President Mahamadia Wesisua, where we are Munya Madiamu Bushan for. Sikapapa Biakra anywhere Mutia, and Ghana Airport Company, Egu. Because Abusianfui Ajiafa on Cheney United. Abusianfo Mrenti Midwebe Chatwa. Na ya catch ye nuano MPP for say. Ye renyan fee. Kwan ya omofa frakadam so jeje Ghana fo binum excavators or mo kweti agalamse. Over 500 excavators. Any gold no cry there ya can ye refi. Gold, ammunitions ne de keka ho. Cars. Besi na ni na o ma wi aton adi emra ne sen ka o mo chichi excavators no mo fa nkoma police fo no mo hwe so ni amfa saa mfidie ni nkokọ na court nkire de amfa mfidie ni nye o ma mpenya kufu ado se onye a police fo ni na mom oje ne central MPP vice chairman akwa wisi di chair police fo ntino o de be ma akwa wisi no de akosi ne ya ade bi e wa belimpi esiwo ye kohwe ya 500 excavators ni nyina no ya mutu o mewi atonton ade tape ba bonti a saa na ekwa wisi ene professor Frimpong Boatia za amre no ne da galamse ntokwa no so minister for environment mu a omo ana acha ade no ama MPP for so omo party nyesika
FM
wasan komodie ni mumpo no omo general secretary ya ne wanya no e kasa abakata hyehyɛ no proye ye bo ni din wom ekwa wisi bo ni din wom se onene ne ba Frimpong Boatia wo so omo ba beje excavators ni bio mo dia koya galamse ade Ghana ni de mani ni di agene excavator MPP for mo nko na mo hia sika be sinne excavators na ye hu ye gold a ye hu ye o maton ni nyina enti abusuafo sa akronfuo we o mote Flagstaff House etimi nya akokodro eye press conference o mo ka so obi abokro no a eye bufu sem na ye didi atem so na ye person mo hu ni se ye nim se aboa be na yeso owi a eso so da ye aha omukwa kutire na omawe a eso so omo da ye enu ti na president Mahama bo accountability so na omo ho hyehye omo te se de beifo bi akwa asori a ye botong so na ne ho hyehye ne pre because obu nim se bibi ba se se de kata hyehye ne proye no aye free for all obi aye bi because why na beka Auditor General ya odumelevu a ko be ka no Omampanyin Akufo Addo wapam no osi onko retirement obaya o declare do ato ne punu aden ya ozo okura wanyini dodo abro retirement ko tena fie enso wa point obi a wadi be 70 years onko tena yuku 77 so onko tena yuku opam ni nwie no osanso atwetwe no osi new one na wabande ogbo adwuma kora chen no why because oboa na manabokro no mo owie special prosecutor no de Ghana fo nyina agi na tum ne se kan ya se kan nufanu etwan dis etwan pipi citizen vigilante Martina Midu amani post special prosecutor omo de agi fans wo krom asa no kire so Mampanyin Akufo Addo ya committed to the fight against corruption owie kira Martina Midu say sa 419 sakawa no Mampanyin Akufo Addo de ye no Mampanyin Akufo Addo de bakata ahye ne proya oye wo primary mame the mother serpent of corruption. Or say, ni wiase oba ye nyina ni mistake a waye pa se oje sa post no. Because Mampanyin bia ni wa wonim na obokro no chen. Mampanyin Akufo Addo. No obokro no so anu apepa na no nti no de na toto aboa wo no. Odi hye na pointies. Nti Martina Midu so a obeka bia man no so ya pa wo no. Nti ye say aka hwan. CSOs, Bryce Simmons mo ne Imani mo, Bemboache mo, Isep, all these CSOs. Almost so Mampanyin Akufo Addo next target. Just ne bota ne so be cripple all accountability institutions and public officers holders. So almost so ene atemdidie. Omo ye politicians in CSO omo ye thoughtless people. Yes, otimi kraka se omo nwen. CSOs no omo ko aboa oman no. O se omo nwen. They are thoughtless people. A president. I will share boss ye to abama no obebo Ghana sika ho ban. I will protect the public purse. Oso ono nka bebia ni mfie duru no nko no de odisike ye den fe ne ehun zesa akokora bi wo ho a opesika kora cha brantia ne otimi de Ghana ye sika kakra na ye wona ensu ye di Ghana mabunu ensu face the country of no their high private jets don hwere ba ku bia 15,000 pounds se adan a o se me pe player metimi ye dware wo mu ewowie. All these things are going on. The media for mumu bebre my target. Manasanum, Eduardo Detinum, David Tamaklomo, so many of you. Into why nekoka. So because of that, Nitomania, Chesomania free and I competition, pageant show, and OBA we are when you're saying, what kind PPA scandal by ABJ? Wouldn't any more because on Pekasa. Sana, or no dear, the oil is a or TPP on. I was on no check contracts I had my companies, no making sure that catastrofe prohibit any no. Or no one I would do contract and a man who or facan a situ can swap a tongue. A human near you, not their jiska with the bottom. Contracts and one or tongue a brudu. Your current account to me, Sikan where we are 340 billion. I had a me who say, make us say, about so much serial callers, no. Ne social media for mo medi na tem so mo amoka say data kra no ni bi mo amoba be defend we mo data kra no mo bre ansa na mo nya bi ansa ya mo ko strike e wo mo stronghold Ashanti region meboa mo share mo phones nyina e kom dem so you come and defend these thieves di baba kwa we are 340 billion shraj bisa na say masa sike onya ne he a no toto papa so. This is the level of corruption ekoso under aban. This is who jawe wo ho. Now obi o free power 5 years. And now baby allegate who opposition now we corruption allegations. Obetna ba mu a police ni soldier for obi a shower send so sounds allegations. Then you are very useless. Yeah, this is ka be che President Mahama say maybe me pono. Subject me to the laws of this country. Subject me to all the laws of accountability. Because me be some of my Ghana some pa me nwa hwe mo se me wo dan wo Dubai ewe me wo insama mo kan nyina we se munyi bibia kan ti no mo sori a the same rather same na mo kan opposition na mo ka o mo free se ye be so mo so ye nso mo so because Ghana for nim se sebio is that the advantage for kan e ya kohwisem e no mo to atoa nti abusuafo de ya kan nyina ne se katajeje ne proye ntokwa ne de chese oman no adi muncho because of a choir aban way at the afaso. Sika was here the yakwan. Sika was here the yesuku. Sika was here the yasupiti. Sika was here the be a new man sika bakrumwa. Sika was say the ma contractor for. And on a nipa kakrebi from you. To be wow with you, NDC and MPP, we are not the same. We are not the same. NDC abros we are 500 excavators. NDC abros we are oil. Did we try to steal gold royalties? Did we try to appropriate or capture ECG? Did we do things? Never. NDC abros ya party in Ukraine ya bibino. In the Jida case, the court says Abuga Pele one yaka preba. But one yen you may eat. Ya bamu near the Nakujina court near the Nako to a fiancé. Who feels a no. But President Mahama had to do that to set good examples. The deputy minister or no, or didn't come with fear, and the office in fear. Now, what catcher will be said, not down for say, may politics are me, $1 million and me giant. A bay some will crew my President Mahama can say, since he can already mean to be no near Jumako. And I remember Sputnik. And got the J $19, so I dare turn $10. Just say, Omutim wet didn't say. Even a draw cry at my other for no more than $2. For $1 cry to swear, I then $10 and $11 and $19. A day. Ya channel. You know they buy and cry and test it and you're Yamagana for. Say, yeah, papa, say, yeah, papa, will be a name. So now, and ne, one pinyo kufuado or the concerts or the jokes. I know ya dear CS to scarce papa and Pamon and almost go 2 weeks leave. The government is the minister be 2 weeks leave that. Just say, or you're expert in covering up corruption. It is that leave. Ghana for a baby here now as was answered. But it was answered about what you say it was short memories. Now the deep chat where COVID-19 won't sick us. Ba, I know the encounter you cry. Now what you dear enemy? Yamrashi baby for your ranking member, honorable Minta card of Bobeka Wasem. Now my demand for a probe into this. And I was your boy told the Bini Casa Muntie. I told the Bini Casa almost NDC for there. And your politics as usual. Yeah, wow, minor because you're no minor. Says Putniki, Yanya who did that. Come on him Sikabe boy. Yanya who did that until parliamentary program. I am Pemua. Over $24 million. Come be fair, Dikwa. In the NDC4, are we the same as them? Are we just talking because of politics? So power near penny can be trained 2024 near started kasa. But I was say on minor, yeah, minor ye. Na ye jai chronobono.
FM.
You see,
I say yay.
Abusian for COVID-19 face mask, Veronica bucket, hand sanitizers, care. Omampenye kufuado say. Afia secondary school for ni ye bi almost omunko no to dem ma wo no. Just secondary schools no go 100,000. Ebi wa Veronica bucket ne munya mienu bi miensa. Hand sanitizer konko ba akoda bia. Face mask ni ama mienu yeso si na san hye. Ombe bu hu ka omosi eno nko ano. Omo de $100 million. Equivalent to 600 million cedis, 6 trillion no dia to nose mask. As also the another 4 trillion out of the same nose mask ne Veronica Bakes ama easy for some of our registration. For now you gold face mask no more than you gold ne diamonds ne dia yakra ka ne bo bedrusa. Enti de ya kan fa ye nyina ye ho. Na dum pampon so a e wo se ye nyina ye kasa no nti ne ye ni abre a ye dia hye tagia no because ayehu wan na eka bia magana for okoka ye be target usisi e including even asofo mpo they are being targeted. But the idea in Sri Lanka Nyame say we are not afraid of them and we will continue to call them out and expose their thievery because indeed they are thieves. Omo ya konfo omo asem omo ka say omo ku atia kata hye ne pro ya dan omo so they are prosecuting NDC former ministers and appointees. Busia fa wotamfo kokko to there when into me obronsam kra bi tumi aye. Everybody can do that. Opesi ehun se wo papa se obekọ atia kata hye ne pro ya fa wa won crofo omo bokọ no bi there. They said the president Mahama dey on one appointee score in the Jida National Service case. Even Smart is Bas Brandon. My minister no resign as G Musike nyina ma wo man. Ye no bi ne ehwe. Niemu say you are serious. And yes, I made me opponent akoko. Opponent see how the omoko court is so. Dear ni wo. Or time hunu kwa. Senate today omo ye hu deda omo wi sika omo akodu Supreme Court aba asem na gu. Omo ye hu din omo free ze Ghana of hu ye. That was am not trying say omo charges no ground enya papa. Dr. Opuni die judge wote so Court of Appeal judge o. Yeah, judges High Court Criminal Division bit me dia say Court of Appeal judge metena so. Omampenye Kufuado ye campaign wa Court of Appeal judge ye himfie because osanso your hen justice onyenuga. Now judge na ye campaign judge na odi Opuni asem no wa ye campaign say oh why ye adwuma pa na me de mesra Ghana for so mo ma second term. Na judge ne da so ti Opuni asem no so. Twe wo ho a o se mentwe me ho. Judge it meet na court kase ono kra na ya no Supreme Court judge nti oni adaje ma case nti o pese o ye ne ntem kra na o wie di asem ni wie na o ko focus on the Supreme Court duties. You say oni adaje ayenye beye justice there you can't sacrifice it on the altar of time. Nti wo pentem na be case no me pentem there ene ni die mu twe ho na judge for metena so eno so say da me ya na medi ewie kira prosecution na boni nkura wie Dr. Opuni na lawyer for a submission of no case. Judge ni bua was submission of no case no. Mabogu, you have a case to answer, no problem. Nemo nkata edu nwotwe a. Mode ba mo tender no true prosecution witnesses aba be ka dance ya da court na nim no ho. Sakrata edu nwotwe ni nyina no. E kire se Dr. Opuni nya boni bia no. Mabogu enka dance no ho biem yese hearsay ti mabogu esi enka te ye tender prosecution witness attorney general wan ka objection ya tender we abeka dance yan wa yese dia wo so wabogu we dey clear say we bias nti ye mpene ma wonto aso ya dey asem na ko Supreme Court judges innum omumu miensa say we dey ya ye nua no ye ne wa na Supreme Court badabraka bias na bro so untumi ntina asem no so biem ti twe ho na judge for metna so attorney general say chinchina judge ya no the person obedi sa asem no ono one person selecting the referee we no pay because yes san judge na just asem the san so ko start biem ni start biem mu a o man ne be boka emre so be ko therefore can we sacrifice justice and people's liberties on the altar of cost? It is the can question say even those prosecutions in the crown we nim o tan hunu kwa yakaso mo ya akronfo ntino ye be fo so an ya timi ache ba kwa tumu a e kire se wabokro no be nhira nkanya me se oda so ti ase a onwu ye die no kre no eye dan a ebepie ye ni disa asem na chi aso mo ye o madwen so mbefa ka na sichi kwan so bia chinchi mumra na ye be pa o mo ho ntoma na ya resist all those attempts nti abusu afo ye frame wa ye mama hu se President Mahama be so in thank you to early September Obeko Bono Ashanti region and that enclave. Obeko so akasa magana for the high nyina obeka. Atem didie ni nkontompo bia ni webetimi manager. Ti ye hyem nkran some show for civil society organizations say mamon paba. Trust ni atem didie ni nyina chi mamon paba. Ye ma oman ne ho do no eni anim kan. Na ye nkonkoden. Na come 2024, let's kick out these thieves. Na banfo from mra mehwehwe omunwumam omunkratam. Na yenhudu omo accountable for krono a omabo yeda munyina masese baba. Thank you.
Yetie Ahotor FM say nkoa 92.3 Ahotor FM Mijola.
The non-performers, the non-achievers.
Nezamno kayano na examno enem zumzuni vutra eden aya homa ensam no nam no suom ban futre aya homa Ahotor oje agenda 111 minia yesha ye bla ye transen me ka chira say anytime bia na dan gwaku for the when against oba sentiment bia onye bibia ente esa na pass in the first place omo just get omo nka sampai mo ne omo nyina wo ntena conflict gidigidi it is another ba omo nya ehwe no mo go say oh na na ebe ye ne den what's the agenda 111 na bia because ke ye bodem e bo free okay
92.3 FM
Right, 3 minutes into 4 p.m. Still live on your radio on 92.3 FM. Welcome back. Now, I was saying, you say, sir, money yang afa adre afa apamba komaya kwa the NDC amanyo kono the national headquarters wadabraka mria omode omo press conference with regards to the NPP amanyo kono and that of the government last week press conferences we are omode by here with regards to the former president and thank you to issues we are or the atutujwa and nay abana say they not happy too much. Omede in Samana Abane. No, and the NDC Amanyo Kono, the Communication Bureau, led by a comrade Sami Jamfi, lawyer. To me, the Anuyebi, to me, the Ababe Sima, and I don't sure by a Mienu Nefa, any H3, and Omede press conference and as you share. So, me Jimmy, this who are who fear no, to me, I'm on the tire. Now, and I share the discussions, no, so I bet you share. So, in the studios, yawo Ibrahim Mumuni ono director of operations adema Adams GH sanso and Amaleba Kinsley ono so the national communication team member of the NDC ono so is in the house sanso na won so uwo fie no obetumi edwa dwenche afa 0541825106 0541825106 na yabajibre akan ne nyina nso e de amount e wo sa kwan no so na me shas yare me kan sembebre e de kire mo se eye suhum eye the blood bath anase na watwe wie anase na watwe twem no ye nyina yate ye nani breach a e bo suhum a enei aye yompo obagana fa na nyina ni amano nyina so has been in the news for the past 3 days. Now you because na you digest the issues na you no crane so edia baba because of time facts and the nyankupe adoma chuna will continue with the interviews and the matters arising awusuhum and some radio you back to the studio 2 now the discussions no at the ashisha so some friend why join here if I don't mami suhum video no na if I'm prepared the minds of the listeners and the viewers na bibianso enya kama awo sa kwan so midin the Alaska the Don the king of the airwaves sanso na wonso a uwo fie no yama wakoaba ema watena se riba dwumadie no so koso a na fa wadwenche fa 0541825106 0541825106 yabajibre akan ni nyina so ade ama nti safai na wa join ya on your screen suhum Saturday no the course I want to as a film. I active one ma just say ya treat that de pa brantanya ye twa or nipa that's any team. As a matter mami abrantia no hospital ho bebre na ye treating no any the ekeka ho. Nti cause one just like the page na bibianso enye mami hwa ahwefo ni bi ayadwe nkyere a omode aba na bibianso enye kama a tough man anyway fi a shaman or see the United States of a shaman USA I say Alaska michiao esambo wa baso ene edwumaso a woyema oman Ghana na metu kwan kakra tia me na echi na eho no na network no enya papa nti na mintumi enya mejimi di se twedi amponyankopon di ho afofi ma ho ye Alaska abaye on board number abaye aniama nkoyi obabia na audio how bridge any amane ediama Ghana mine even though John Ajekunku for breso na omani nkoyi mo but when the nkoyi kura na abaye we atumi wa no ma otumi kasa ene udi $100 million say a hospital cost you $100 million you know we see $15 million ebe to me see na almost to say Ghana for your 2 cost na yenga yenim no kra ne ebeka wamusu a omunim no kra no mo nka no eso mara omu nim no maye so omu nim so no nyankopon anase tuji o mankasa tough man anyway for United States of a shaman and or the eba ye Mami Sanche aya we so na memra a Hassan Sise Zeno Central or say mini abema enei me hu ne se niama nkoye na de akoso wo suhum a na ye fa dade eye brantan na ye dwo nipa ti se na ye dwo abe ana se ye dwo aduan be no eyade a eyabofo papa na sankrofo ya betumi twa ho aba be ka kire se oman we engineer ye kra ya ho bambo enko anokwa nyankopon Hassan Susi Zenu Central and now the way so edifi eba ye. Let me take a very last one. I mean bounce back and got Studio 2 where my guest already seated. A positive change anyway from Madina na krana on the buy. I think kakra yegusu na enei kakra yebeko Ghana mebun ensori ngina if you say enei niama ekoso wo man Ghana mu no eyade edutwem adan enei yehwese ne sikan kotoko ni brantan tuo edi yehini funtum fra ayadi amaniama enkoi awose na yenyina yesori ngina wakane yakasa ditiasa de ekoso nya nipa mimfu ya oma be fa oman a omu ese no also the Ninja de Haji Fila ono and the constituency chairman Yate why 9 minutes into 4 p.m. still live on your radio. We were told Abrantian na ya pain mumma emurade nya wo afa na wo hwe afacha me papa when he tells you sir the future is pregnant when it comes to the internal elections of the party. We're going to experience worse things than this. Say ya na party as a party as na dog bite dog. Na dog bite dog. Let us say kramani just a muja emma right. Mami mama ebigwa for akwaba na yemfa discussions no enshisha so be ka wo se obet we joining the feed live on Facebook by searching Ahotor 92.3 FM live. Now we just like the page na quickly no obenya signal na bibia so aye kama sanso na wadwen kire bia fa 0541 825106 0541 825106 na majibria kani nyina so edi ama obrepam me ka so say dwumadie we dwumakuo bi na fa ho ka ye di ebrew na brepam no mecho ye omachira kwana na manso aye kama second king real estate for say ye bema adan ana ye bema asase pa edi sidan meba na mabo mu na bibia nso aye kama wo sa kwan so amaliba trase sanso na Ibrahim Mumuni do na friend Babs ono so atenase abiga for me mama akoaba yeah amaliwa boko there and now we party the NDC amanyoku no mwakasa NDC at saying
you alaska me that some minchia na minchia tifo na minchia me ni opini Babs na minchia a party in pedinfo the two national chairman no for so ampofo onipa beyebi na onipa so ya dia wosaye
that's right
some of the some party no ni mu be ni mu de ni so na yeda wase so the course obo aba so show kra say ne wa ye nempo isu a koso akun hu na ye mo na NDC edo wase daka e betene bia nso e bodi ni ada wase san say pa ya dia osayi ti yakopon hia chairman wi yoro obi ani abusuan no na me nchia me senior da for asante awie me boss akasa mbo boss abaso on say sami jemfi wa ye apempem jeni ofrikoti ara no ho bon fifiem
okay
kasa pen MPP for ho pochi
wa ye ahwampem jeni
pempem jeni
okay
kakasa jam ofrikoti ara no ho bon fifiem ni yansa na nimdie na dwumu do
Ahotor FM
enti okasa tumi edini nsem okanachi. The political messiah of Ghana. Nobody can compare himself to him.
Okay, so I just asked you of the NDC. We'll come to the substantive issue. Well. Right, I will say 30 minutes into 4 p.m. Still live on your radio. Ahotor 92.3 FM. That was Ibrahim Mumuni of the NDC. I know, and I would say Nkano. Babs, Mami Mbisa was Ghana to say. Ghana to say.
Ghana the idea and your mind.
Ghana nyama mo
as Adam GH Ghana nyama ya go pa asema ma ho na ja agijuma fu tata he anope wi anajo ya ne akoye omani dia so se but egu so ayeko
right
ya bonya suppose ede ya ngumdi we ye de
Mate, so Ibrahim Mumuni and I would in Kano. So for now, my young call and I will be ho. Right, but I'll say, Mammy call Aya Amaliba for now, Amaliba the NPP, Amanu Kuno, Aya 2 press conferences last week. Nanyako trigger Sadi Nani, the thank you tour of the former president, His Excellency Aya John Dramani Mahama. Na ni nyina ne se odi issues bebre adi tudwa emra na okọ na probo ba ko okasa fa katasehye dwirim kankan ho ena ne etosu mienu se Ghana for peperi akontabu a yentu abranti ananado dankwa kufade na ban bi mra emmehwehwe ne ntwo mu ana ombehwehwe ne nsemu eno ena ne edi kan bua ya bua samwa lawyer se ontiase ono ena oye bofotreni adima the NPP amanyuku no abetu nanum ti oka ensembebre the NDC amanyuku no antemode asa agro si sutro mienu ma ani and the general secretary the chief executive officer of the party nankasa zo no edi beta so ekire project a omo aye na John Dramani Mahama tautu ne ho se waye project bibi na nya nokre ano so abetutu bi guma enei the endis amanyoko no ede anu yi ede aba ne ekofa eno bai ene wei no enti mayentio na babs mfa ne de no nto taachire but ebucha me ka wo se second king real estate for se kan trom so omu won sase papa na omu nsase no eye dia kwanda ho me hye kwanda ho a mansosem eni ho omu nkrata sem eye for 2000 Ghana cedi prince ka kanti 20 million to ase na ombetumi achichem edi amount said ya ohunti wadwumate na wetumi atua nsase no bi that se nengo chopoli dodo wa yikuma kaso asotware amasama ena shy hills akwan nyamahode eni nsuo sem so de bibia eyeboko ewo ho na ndi eni kakura na se omu free eye akande yedisi dan nyina ewo ho ye offices eye dodowa ena ayikuma jenjiroma chemidie na kwadi asase pai bi 0552214291 0552214290 na wonso kwajibi na nyama so nye kama Haruna Amaliba ma yenko
yo honestly me that say answer na neko MPP on press conference so you see ka we here say omo be kasa na ke be yi wo ma no ehu hia ne di kai na mom to da amayonsem no so bi kasam na ofa say oh we dey sem nyanyan sem hunu a ni kwanse so a there are a lot of unassuming public omonso no sabio they depend on some human way to take their political decisions.
Okay, I was up Facebook, not just like the page.
Because we take a lesson from 2016, before 2016 elections.
Okay.
Then someone come for President Mahama who know NDC who say, oh, so where they are somewhere who here say, yes, say that ADHD. Now so you actually you could say, a source answer no to Yanwa Kebeboa. Bounding. Nipa ababe kasa wa ha me ho dwiri me pa aye dwombodu
the non-performers the non-achievers
na ba ko no so friend say boabe hwan
ya boabe asamwa lawyer
ka maintain dimpo da
oh
I'm telling you
obi a we enya we politician
yes
I'm not the communication director of the NPP
ka maintain din da
wow
I don't even know I haven't heard about him so now winning John Bodu, I am focusing on him because we don't know
the chief
executive officer, Emma MPP.
That's right.
Now, some President Mahama Kayen say, Nidi can MPP for more the money humble. You do some you know, and you are more quite on Modi. Sika Botany was see at the bomb mine home brand, one more years he cannot go bottom. There's more years cannot go bottom there. And he was a Ghana for your idea Baku in 2024. In fact, 2020 more at the corner, 2024 months and peace to be. Number one, ɔmo nto aba empam akufo no MPP mfa konwa so na sɛ to aba pam ɔmo hwie a ɛno ne betimi ayɛ NDC government ne hold ɔmo responsible for them to account for their sins na ɔmo bɔne ɔmo ayɛ no betimi abu ho akonta che Ghana for
okay
aso ɔmo mpine da Mahama kan no na Jombo na ba yi John Mahama no Jombo di no
so John and John
Jombo di no MPP4 minka MPP4 ofori penny fiefo a na nakufo ado ene na Gabi Ochida akom na Asante Bedi otuo no ene kenofori atanam eka ho no wo mo kotwe woma that woman was not meant for public consumption.
So how did you
family? Yes.
How did you get it?
Omo train as a family book.
Okay.
And a lickable bontin and sakabi. So we could a copy ewa ha. Now copy 22 ah. Omo cancel me for can Jumbo do wasem. The person will read it briefly. Now me just reading some nano.
Okay.
In fact, paragraph 4, 2.4.
Facebook was he reads the book. Yanko.
Or for the penny fee Japadi book, page 22. Almost say that's a Jumbo to JB. But as you can see, JB, right? Good. Almost say it is perhaps not too good to admit publicly. So, in fact, almost say when they are born, a time cross, a camera and a bit my kind of bedroom. But his performance have been short of all general secretaries. The modern more and so you cry.
I Jumbo.
Yes, among before for the penny for the kind of once more. So the modern more and so you cry. That year, going forward, we should manage the level of competence which faces us as a serious political party. His actions and inactions are complete definition of wealth accumulation agenda. So the new one you know, the nibre and the back with the municipal say, "Ahuya the enquano ope." Accumulation of wealth. His blatant involvement in Galamsey in Wasa, if found, can be an embarrassing state of affairs. We are not general secretary no. Ne Galamsey Juma wodi ne ho ahyem e Wasa. E se Galam sunsuo, e se Galam sase no. Omo se ebeto dwa ebetime gu partner ni mu asepa. Obe kan ya me boss am je fi e press conference obo audio bi ho.
That's right.
Akọ wusi. E kan say ye ba profo body was ho. Me Jombo du was ho. Fine. Party here sika. Is that correct? In their book, omo admit say Jombo du e Galamsey. Tini omo kaka ho. The latest report prepared, also the last report prepared by Dr. Mwakutufo affirms the fact as well as the revelation about the monies he took from 123 candidates, 183 candidates for government appointment. When you do MPP appointment na kunyasono, Oji sika finipa makumbaku 183.
That is according to the book that you haven't.
Yes. Dr. Mwakutufo prepared that report.
And can you authenticate the source?
Of course, that source no free Japadi book no.
Right.
Coming from for penny fee, woman no moka. Me name ni hobby.
Some book could be to make sure.
Of course, some name ni hobby. Well, a secret book about Bonten.
So if it is secret, how did you get it?
Yeah, about Bonten. So from na bomb na could PB.
So idea about Bonten is no more secret.
Very well. But okay, a secret book.
Me about your proceed.
When you John Bodu, I want extort sika. Every for 183 horse, what do you come buy him appointment? He has a credibility to talk about corruption.
But he who alleges must prove with all the empirical evidence.
And the facts and evidence, no, Dr. Mwakutufo report, who making kind, Mwakutufo report, no, and they are telling us that the report, no, some more can come from the report. I'm not alleging anything. Unfortunately, his alcohol addiction or your concern and his weakness regarding women makes him hugely vulnerable. Orinsa also pema.
I don't know how you will be private life.
We have private life as well.
Okay, so
because as a general secretary, then someone work ano. Even na krabo kofa audio na obora wuti oti ensa pampa audio no mu.
Ewo audio no.
Yes,
adabraka.
Oti ensa pampa audio no mu. Wa bose sram. General secretary mu a. No beji wuti ensa ba no ka. Enti so. He had the guts, he had the nerves to come and insult President Mahama. My friend, is that how far we have come as a country? Now, when you jump away, said you, Mahama Nasim Pabuan, Pobet my papa. Over to Mahama Nasim Pabuan. The Busham Nipa Ben, the President Mahama. The Busham Nipa Ben. Akufo-Addo mpo no na wo Jombodu. For Akufo-Addo bush of the ladder up. Never Mahama and neighbor compoto if they can match him. You should get serious. The last thing we will tolerate is this business into against President Mahama. And they shouldn't try to bring themselves anywhere close. Because some of the bar, some of the see becha. I call for the time before. I mean for the chair. I will give for the chair. You come in a deal. You come in a deal. You know, you see from. I mean the boss I can't say what can be big a cry. Now indeed, say see a corruption as someone. Every be a buy, you make my dear Sada. I wish I brought Facebook and for the boss. I can't. You see, I didn't quite a call who here say you can't make it as you want some. Alaska. Oh my God, Tiwano, you won't show. Babs and the Tiano. How many public sector workers? They are fighting the government. Why are they fighting? They are fighting because our buying so amount of 4%.
That's right.
4% in Sika. I want you about Alaska. As the NDC before them, Dokuno, not Dokuno, 50 pesos, 30 pesos, they will come. Me boy catch them say me boy. And then you bought Dokuno 3 cities. The minimum crowd when you're 2 cities, Dokuno 2 cities 50 pesos, 3 cities. And Akufo-Addo, I broke one, and that's how called a Jomua. You found toast me near the Baku, your pie half at so, and your 5 cities. It means you compo and Makwaya one in there. So, what you want to make Ghana for Elsua, the people deserve to cry. And what government can do is say, so, I want you to work criminal, I want you to be any crum. And your Mahama and NDC for the Omonam, and he can't and I want you to be anywhere. Oh, really? I attended dear pa. Maybe before more how about no, Mumwadi, Mufagana for your share. Monyet someone in town. Naja yawamwa omonya asase foforo bi no motiso because some penny to meet term sika over 3 billion Ghana cedis and they join will wiem per hour. It tells you how they feel for themselves and how they feel for the people of Ghana. And so money sika ni ho like cry one so you are building a public purse na Ghana for air car you must come down, be humble, admit it and face the reality because ni boabia samwa mo cancer boabo hwan be kan no Alaska, I didn't see Ghana say, Ghana, who should be any coma, and the whole drum person, your mamma. That's the meaning. But no can say, free SHS for Journey, some more pound columns on coffee. A journey in her uncle and a bedding to a school for some coffee, a school benefit some coffee. Make us say, junior high school for our school, primary school for Tiffy. If you remember, you put exams support month ready. For the past 3 years, quality exams. Now, budgeting your Tamsika 65 million Ghana cedis, 650 trillion old Ghana cedis. And they are called test past questions. And the man called us a money. Number from Kushari and the budget exams. That is the government we are talking about. Look, your Kruma, and at the same, Maslock, boss, anybody know ye? Any Ghana Export Promotion Council, I'm paying for the man on my way. Sika was said, buying food to they were diverting the money to do their profit account. Francis and Siam, Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing. Or tell me, Sika, a chino. And the board no say no. Who as a CEO, near mountain have your mind Sika, Pamo. Boss, board no two, who's a pet and a good for the cancer massa. And some who no more dino. Or dissolve board no at the Francis and Siam, a cotton.
The non-performers, the non-achievers.
You can't talk about corruption? Really? As you see, because of that Cronphone, I am so quick. I bought for a food or so Cronphone. These people have been so bold enough to come to public and talk about corruption. And we are so Alaska. And someone here can be a particular as politicians. Because so what you man pay for the kita send crono cost on anymore. Here NDC for near count. We are not the people who are saying it. One can send us a penny for any babeka. Here and a Captain Smart. The non-MPP journalist Oklahoma, one here MPP check Captain Smart. When the cost cement and the man and a Kufado about the Sokobo from the National Cathedral. Here Captain Smart. You know the count $100 of cement and the Maomo. And then Captain Smart are trying to have a case or mine that broke a good for to fix it. Captain Smart here the catcher say public person now do was here one many cotton yam, public person, no mind seekers, I mean, or their cotton yam. No, no, officer, the Lado Chicrono, no matter Cognosno, who's a papado, or no chrono at Nas, Edibum, Edidi,
performers.
This is about what we are talking about. Then what there? Oman Penia for the first time in the history of Ghana. Ya chill, someone Penia or kuta a notebook or an office or just bribe no a kiss no chill with new. Say the bear only room visa or your bribe or. This is what we are talking about. Doesn't go for have credibility. Cochran 80 years. What book no more 2 years to do. That will before the time of the captains and Mahamasam. Makawe, my day or moment to me yet. Monsieur, so more to me and ya chrono wasam. I for Mahama home. No Mahama D4 or what? You make chimney and for me go to Mahama born in Hoka. And they are not able to get it. And they can't get it. Because Mahama is clean. And for the female the Papano is clean. Would what to that? No be on what we fear and ye. Never before open moon slab on Fache, no young coupon from born in Chomo. That Mahama able folk on 2017. In fact, the last of the nation address, as some more kind say, posterity will judge me. How far I have served my country, I believe I did my all. But the rest of posterity will judge. Posterity is judging President Mahama kindly. Every day in and day out, every passing hour, posterity is judging him. Akufo-Addo cannot say that. The only thing posterity can judge Akufo-Addo is a chrono. What do a bush for you about Betrabem? Gabi Ochidako and Mambo refers to. Who is he in the government? Why is Gabi Ochidako in the government? Barbados or I think Jamaica also. One of the foreign trips. Akufo-Addo went there with Bumpty Akufo-Addo, with Bumpty, Ninia Bumpty. Any Gabi Ochidako, they were with him. With the president of that country. What were they doing in that foreign trip? Huh? Ombatna Kunyaso. Contractor ya award the Cocoa Road. Omo the African Legal Associate, omo tu yatin $100 million, so $10 million. So the omo. Mamo say omo year review of all the road contract. Omo review. They ba no mu hu ye. Huh? Omo for report number. In fact, Ghana Cocoa Board they can say, "Wa open report no brana are you ready no confidential."
That's right.
What rubbish. But omo review they ba no mu hu ye. Then someone to seek the African Legal Associate. Omo just carry omodi over $100,000. You trade the more and appeal on the side. How do you call it? PDS concessional agreement, you know. And a Japan deal. Omo 20 says Kenya the mom. Dealer bon krum head beer gabi ochina kunium.
92.3.
And they can't talk about it. Say your President Mahama when ceremony ni more handy. Bibia yem fan god so. Bibia fan god so. They should know. If they want us to do politics of decency, we will. If they want us to do dirty politics, we are ready for them. Because, Sabio, Omunim and some Hunudi Enchimobia.
Okay.
We can meet them squarely, we can meet them proper. Ghana Futrimunti, or minor Encosu Inano, and Adia Bako. Mampenia Kufuado.
Adia Bako now the rapport up on that.
Mampenia Kufuado. On the bush and four, say the Ghana for Inimuno, one more of a ball minor form. And until chrono echoes or banimu, any kita said a dream, dear echoes, no, a bone. And then the Ghana for to about 2020. Or Transoja for a Kojina, a Kunipa aid no better. But one lie 2024. A BC Biomuda, and we are telling the people that is how called 2 about Memphis to ballot box. Utu your fashion to the Jao. About 5 for Connie and Kai. Okay, we are. The chair goes out ballot paper. I want to know. I reflect on the EC data before you leave the center.
No, what are you insinuating?
The soldiers are.
Last time you made mention of this, and as a national communication team member of a largest opposition party, I will pay power. Adia Ubeka Wahebiano, your followers and the supporters. So Ghana, you said the procedure and the process, and the would to above to ballot box more. So if you are telling the person say to afasha botoma,
yes,
I am new CI. No, please.
Yes,
we are educated.
We are going to be vigilant on the polling station, and you must make sure Obala Watuno is counted.
No, so for that matter, for all two Abana,
yes, take the responsibility over your own vote. And then number 1, number 2, sir, then so you need to bump potable ho, and I post be. Now post phobia, now soldier phobia. Number 2, so King Crane. All the community mobilize and deal with them. They are criminals, all your soldiers.
Okay.
No Ghanaian soldier well trained. I need more money. But Basa Ombe to talk Ghana for. Deal with those criminals and make sure that we kick this wicked government out of power. Enough the theory.
Right. Abushakaya Ahotor 92.3 and from 27 minutes to the top of the 5 p.m. Still live on your radio. That was Kinsley Haruna Amaliba, National Communication Team member of the largest opposition party, and they say, or no, and I would say Nkano. Mami share some of the viewers' comments on Facebook. Francis K. Robinson. Ositi yawa Christian Council our Ghana ha ana ya train eho Paul Abdo osi Alaska Maujanin de Kofa in Impact Cup osi Ojanin kwa wensu efi Mr. Lincoln ewa kwete Mr. Lincoln said ye wo ya bre na nia ebetumi aboa pa ne se anani abai no betumi di aboa Ghana for ne se obetwa ntro di ache Ghana for ewia Ghana for sika ama omuyafro aye dontwom bra Mike osi Alaska Majanin desa Declam FC osi Alaska Majanin de na ye friend Ike ewa Ablekuma on Facebook and I'm kind wensu ede ama ebuja high sense 2021 factory direct promo see and control say high sense almost showrooms and on my catch it be a Ghana for na we promotion ya the abroad 2021 ya titi ya nyamano so say who sa mama dia say we be ko na wonso atumi akwa je nyama na ade ya fa huam ewo high sense on my catch ne say ya titi wo nyamano so say who okwa usika bia okita bia no tumi esu boto manema so ehihye ye yawo discount 5 years warranty 5 years warranty na ni nyina mo no to niama no high sense akache na sempo twumato bi ba ho mfihia enum ntama ida so mbesi sama na so mbesiesie ama na niama nso aye kama ompa wei na opede abusia kom showrooms a ewa Ghana fa na nyina ginchirema che media 0302 550 000 550 high sense 2021 factory direct promo ana also beto efile 92.3 I'm on Facebook oba make a message and answer or comment our drop on Facebook na bibi anso aye kama babs yanko
yo say the chance go be call my executive so the anchoring democracy advocacy movement Ghana Adam G.
Okay.
Your coalition against the leadership of TUC and of course organized labor. So and your members in your platform so at this time I'm here. I was in charge on Kwemo. Alaska. Need time say Nkomodia the buy me feel free ne fapem. And only approval I'm say His Excellency the former president of the Republic of Ghana.
Okay.
John Dramani Mahama. Na no can say I create 6 regions, but the creation of the regions alone ain't enough. It has to be complemented with what development. I think the normal talk every stakeholder in this country a bit aye and now or do anything mama or man bit my because I say out of original creation there only creation any idea bit me their boy house abrani abrana it mamufo mutu or no almost sure him say the creation be brom which is development say bomb say na just about kwanam say na near I say edano entim I think that was a statement but who analyze the response of me bra John Bodua. I mean, as a CSO, we will look at it as a political talk.
Like seriously?
It's an say. I think we had a platform last week. I am a lawyer, but someone. There was a group from Fix the Country. No more calling for the friends amendment of almost the overhaul of the entire
constitution. That's right.
And you know, the lawyer Boabin was interviewed. So no only Hanon say then I also okafa he will not speak as a lawyer. I mean, obi oye communication director for MPP. Don't make us on member legal perspective. Don't mean can say na bro politics and fra. Interview say you can say interview as a lawyer part dey njuma. You interview as a communication director. So I understand.
I say some interview no
as a lawyer njuma on that topic. You should be a communication director. So don't buy njuma as a and indeed the way you handle the topic in that yes. Ghana yenimnukure.
That's right.
Obi no ka say yenimnukure, but they do among sema near the among say. To me, when I read the MPP press release, me say no, John Bodu could have done better because former president had two challenge amount. Into a platform mount. Say obe catch the team first. Oh, when yaye, and a when ye babe. Na mo timelines. Sika wom baby a war much obi am there obi including the media obi anko hwe media dance. That's how your discourse should go. But e ba say you be ba na ya kan some a personalizer mani pan ye wi a afi na nyama na e be kakura no bo se ensisu na ama etimanfo na adwuma yom na go hwe ne nsem kan o see Oma roll out 96 projects on one statement.
Okay.
Out of that, over almost 70% of that project are complete. On making mention of 6 regional administration blocks.
Okay.
Osaka saw 24 blocks for the centralized departments across the country. Almost 66 staff bungalows. Also, provided 30 motorbikes, 66 new vehicles, cars are running for the regional coordinating councils, no offices. No.
Okay.
These are Nyama Ono at the bus development that so far
on my year
in respect to the creation of the region. In fact, when I analyze these projects, no, when Timmy Amfa and Sibu Nibu say where I will crew because Yamubi. I mean, we are familiar with some of the locations of these
regions.
Regions, yeah, all can was, but these projects all can was completion. All can. It's not like that. So I say there are various levels of what
completion.
But
it is currently ongoing project.
And you know, I see the idea because ultimately creating a region without an administrative environment.
Exactly.
For the region. Where
will they operate?
Ahotor FM. Say na musum person mo ba on air as a media to compete with other existing media houses. Na mo koje mo licenses. Unja officer how dey operate.
You must.
Until your officer how dey operate we juma. Send and no nya achievement they say about sema because you need an environment to operate.
That's right.
You see, me try but how mediocre sometimes some of us I mean you can think say my development now you can want some as you the young agro because what creative region you must create a regional office to handle regional administrative activities now no recruit staff akochemu no affain marshals roll out development projects are my regional akosu development project munya shase and you cannot tout a mere setup of administrative structure as a major achievement. I mean, that's not what we are talking about.
I'm not even cutting you short. Uko Okre district, district administrator, now district officer, you'll be fee.
Exactly.
Or be fee.
Exactly.
Okre district.
That's what we're saying.
Okay.
Uko works department, it will be flat no guarantee. Maybe I engineering and the physical planners na ejumama assembly na obi fie so what you say so you cannot say so ultimately see permanent office more bonkata man so yen resident of bonkata yen bo say to achieve be because that's what we are looking for. We are roads are bad in bonkata man so yen need so bonkata man so what you say you hear drains and bridges and no dey be measure our performance.
So those were the development that former
that's what the president was talking about, but it was a diversion. And I think say John Bodu has been a disservice to his party.
Oh
no, you don't do that.
You are also confirming or affirming to their way kind.
No, see, as a CSO,
okay,
we are progressive minded group. I had the president Nyabeka Biano, a idea Beka Amayet phone Yaku. So if a former president had dare say what crazy regional development, over office and why development. One party people would disagree with you because what to a whole 6 regions, what to 30 motorbikes. So on the average, we are looking at about 3 motorbikes for 1 region. And so I should applaud you. Say me oti region ni nyara me free one. Why maybe 3 or 4 motorbikes. Motorbike just saying. Yeah, better your car. How much do you buy motorbikes? A whole government will say matter 4 motorbikes for 1 region. I mean, you can't be that mediocre.
A whole regional
can't do that. And for even a whole secretary of a party in government, who be the new government, only she can and to crank. What has gone out there has rather been an insult to one person and the party. Oh, but I believe that one consult. No. If you look at the statement, one consulting microphone, how can you say what to 66 new vehicles? You need vehicles to operate at the regional level. We have all worked at the regional level when it comes to RCC before. You cannot operate to attach it to the offices for you to use those cars. They are for operational purposes. And so it cannot be an achievement say the office to run the region. No. The people in Dambai or Otiri, as you speak now, we have attached 10 pickups to the regional coordinating council because the region is not Dambai. It's only the capital. Okay. But what about a town that makes up the region? What has buying 6 pickups to an officer who set up due to my town in Jasikan? What the people of Jasikan want to come and work on our inner lanes and inner roads. Those are what people are judging for. But coming to that, or see agenda 111, on what petting above the district and the regional capital.
That's right.
Now here at the CSO, what we identify is say almost it has the potential to be a juma. Abba. Granted that this time, and with all emphasis on this time, meet you on a deadline. Fulfilling on purpose. Because this is the first time we have seen this 111 before. It was 88.
That's right.
And the 111 also made mention even before it became a slogan. None of this project was able to be executed. I feel was a renewed commitment on no year.
Okay.
This is a renewed commitment. So we are holding him onto his word. It's a renewed commitment. The over 600,000 workers that will project say over 4 months. And the establishment of the RCCs now will be created.
That's right.
All 4 within the 1 million jobs are also will be created within 3 years. For which reason, 4% as workers. But the question is that, you see, a quadruple of amount to ma. The
quadruple of amount to ma, no wait anything. Because I know morning to ma.
So what you say, yeah, within the public sector, you see a crown, you won't see a master, and yes, how. I said my Rebecca, and I'm just coming from TV Africa and Mitra.
Okay,
Massa, I am matching because the flyers had gone round into some of the workers. I shall say a fair case, a mere refuel now.
But I have a problem with the workers now, more from when you people. As a most stage demonstration,
I'll come to
how many of them?
I'll come to that point. And then as we speak, a whole nurse a juma for 35 years of a retirement. Yes, in the book 300 million.
30,000 Ghana cedis.
Now 300 million make one same. You more be a development, estate development juma. As I say, about 15,000, and then you more area high you.
Ahotor FM.
As I say, about 15,000, I will run baby, a thing, a chew baby.
That's right.
Upas, I see our area, baby, I'm Ahotor station, you pass us area. 50,000, put your pro to a house.
Sir,
is that nurse? No, why you 5 years? She's out. I bet you a bear boss, I saw bush. And no ground on Yesua, but as no team for such a hollow. What's the single room? Self-contained, Asa. No, about that baby. So, how you crew, yeah. Namina, don't know, or one cromwa. What now? That's how we have subjected our workers. Now, maybe some I'm going to say, into the 300 million, doesn't mean we should be. What about your tier 2 slip pension? Also, mean your Bema. Tier 2, you are 6 months to be a million 120 Ghana. Can you imagine this? And nobody is talking about this. Nancy Amikotia, Cossack, civil and local service of Ghana.
That's right.
Almost all of say regional reps no enkopa constituency no 4% today our labor union have become a conveyor belt of government decisions to workers instead of them to remain resolute and fight for government workers.
I wish I brought Facebook.
And drop a government. What is happening in this country? We should make a closer member no only local government service worker and a civil service worker and there onu na ejuma no hoye no obi amani fuel bia o obi amani rent bia dan bia so obedem free o onu oni accommodation allowance bia o the salary mo no do check the rent enu no do check the fuel enu no benyi bu check the school fees sa nipa no ubesa the 50 Ghana as dues or pay on pay ubeti dues no akomani penny for as labours say be as be ba say you be pay salary increment ya ubeti dem no they want defend you say you treated unfairly until you be in ejuma ubeti dem defend you and no sabi mu.
Wow.
Now all the leadership have been compromised. Obi no be kasa
but the tougher when you come round
anything say and there you was at tibie we mu and the development the former president spoke no or kanu in general terms. But so global mu nyame Kenya informs part of the development. I also hear voice. Remember government whatever Emma in Crawford. But me no can say obia ayedin right from government, right from labor reps now. But what we are sounding to them is the demonstration that it was not organized by the coalition.
Okay.
We only went there to solidarize with our grief sector workers. Yeah, it's happening live in Tamale.
Okay.
In all the 5 regions. The date and venue will be communicated in due course. Be assured that by the time we are done with Tamale and Kumasi, we will be called to come to the table.
Right. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 5 p.m. Still live on your radio. That was Ibrahim Mumune, Dodona friend of Babs, Director of Operations, Adema Adams GH, Sanso, and now Noasu, Director of Operations, Adema Coalition Against the Leadership of Organized Labor, and TUC. Meka was Simpieso and nomination. Now, last Meka was a man yet to say a football club will be a work Ghana supporter. Debia Muso yet dogs up party near dogs up a club no Munko Park da na club no Benyisika club no Grand Nancy a winning Premier League our Ghana ha one cry. Hiya. Now, this is a procedure one so over to me a day apateke in the voting process. Ufa will phone and one dale a star 447 star. Now, with the 714 hash star 447 star 714 hash. Now, we follow the procedure. Second, you select vote. 3, enter nominee code. Nominee code no a KO526. KO526. Now we enter number of votes. Now who vote back be 70 pesos. Ebusia enche na yade aya process na aba awie yes kosua na fa wudi enso bra. Na fe 5 no o se confirm payment. Said ya Kenya, if you find it very difficult to follow the procedure and the process, over to me the contribution afaha quick one na production able to the amount. I was 0249 56 8822 0249 56 8822. I repeat 0249 56 8822. Eno eye momo account fatum na yem vote na bibia so enye kama. Dr. Amuzu Herbal Clinic say en kan say yare bia ye friend yare ya body say yare no o wanu aduru a obetumi di abo say hypertension, say diabetes, sempo low sperm count ene ne keka ho ananamu yare bia o ɛho aduru a obetumi abo na bibia so aye kama wo sa kwan no so that the okay nyina so ne say nindro ni nyina no ewodin ba bia wo benya bi nso ewo ho abusia amuzu p herbal mixture eboa mahonam ya amuzu garlic bitters nso eboa mamoja di ofusani na amuzu k herbal mixture eyi aya yafro ya ene ne yakeka nyina fo amuzu aba mixture malaria dro yebenya ndro nyina ewo Dr. Amuzu herbal clinic akachi na yewo nkre ha Achimota Christian Village Cemetery Junction inside Odo Plaza sanso na shaman for Lebanon second stop Kaswa man from Fonko Iron City na Tafo Club 600 for one more Kumasi ko Tafo Club 600 Jintroma che media na ye nyina ye num ndro bi na moa ye 0241 959326 0241 959326 number na media to jan emfre the american nyina ne say mommo fatu so ne fanto aba no emfa emma Dr. Amuzu Eba clinic na osi the penis doctor na che say bema stiasia ni bema ngu awusia akasima na siana no num abo ene yambie lines bia mayenko studio 2 na mimbie mu amfama Haruna ene yehwe the other matters ufa wa na yejebiama ye babs na yedi nu esi badabusia mamenka wo se yedi video bi tuja mami da tatakwashe Afreme World Hospital na omni nkura na ewo ho no ni yehwe se yebetumi aboa so obi beto nkura duro anase obekwa akọ spray hold the amount because if you can't do this but on Facebook just mute it na amount for share bra Facebook na share the ekoso a se ayare fo ni nkura na ewo hospital Haruna yanko
That's as a film and
what's that
listening to my brother Bob say Omaina yetimu si ama yeni amre wo nyoma bi ho a akufo no ba mu mpanimfo no omo ya fa ye nwa chedodo because so kase why be a district administration now the whole of the district so am motorbikes and mako 4 or 3 and you abo modin a bin si da Alaska ya temdie
ni ye beto aba hwe political parties kura hwe motorbikes amudi ko one district kura na abo 100 one constituency abo 100 a whole region
Alaska ya temdie so whole political party not just a political party a party in government na obesi ni bo aka say ono watimi eche motorbikes mbako 3
really and to develop the region
we develop the region 3 motorbikes
and not just affiliate tafo
you see affiliate tafo ibi ask me
yan chechemu na ya mame no ma omo fie ntie ase
ne ekoi se wutia na wodi woni twofo ma na wo hwe nyoma you sabio mp omo apem
sa
won adwene omo dania bi fufuru bi amabiom they have run out of ideas and you know akoye government as you go there is nothing new government as you go
I was on Facebook just like the page
na adwene fufuru bi betomu a oh we yenkoye we no mo dia betom agenda 88 autopilot government 92.3 autopilot
abani da
autopilot
dabi
oh ntomo namwa
autopilot
yes omo namwa jena wa na aba no mo dia betu no waka bia me ne okase afinu nko wiye different terms aba different terms aba
abani da autopilot
yes you see Alaska on be catch is a free SHS akosi say
free SHS
Ghana education system agu
what name say ya send the communicate via ba say omo increase your instructional hours
yes education system no Alaska
ya ba yoma
that's number 1 number 2 omo say planting for food and jobs any and then toast 2.5 5 cities ya do ni dwom kan stop break ka woni na ko pie makola ho kan to ka ho a Madina Ashama ye din yado abebo mo adwane frey ma me na mo tedwane bu so yado a wodwo mo because I go to market minimum ekoso
o chere be be Greek minister ba me so benye bi
so planning for food and jobs na fa o se fertilizers no funu mponko bi o hia o no mo de fertilizers no ko Burkina Faso
yeah
won tem mo ne kasa 20 memusa
o di e chi koye ohun ye ba wontumi mbisa
wontumi musa mo no this is a Greek minister Alaska, as we speak, Omane Bambo is saying, very fine international journalist. Oyene Juma Obagana, to me, I doubt, say, Roberts Nekunu, I doubt it.
You doubt?
Yes.
And you want to be a police for him?
Yes, sir. Maybe more be a deboa. I doubt it. Because I would see the Juma no yena. He was running a documentary ben now ye. A documentary about Bontia, about Pa Banu
it will indict the government.
The government and it is the case. Ye eliminating no nka say Ann Roberts Nekunu na. I don't know. Cause under this mafia government, everything is possible.
92.3.
And I pay me sorry, how much I'm sorry in them. Best of 4. Me jerry me p me feel is a best of 4 because I'm on maybe also may you crew. Maybe me get pay and I'm not there. My next door neighbor also be in the gate. Also comrade, me my own cosa. But so be fear he sans and no jo. Or more attacking and crowphobia over this area. Tisa kwanya person of us no. Memphis young father min ko jaw. Gani Dixon jam me kwanya be si kwam and sana also kodechi. Dixon, thank you very much for that alert and calling my attention to normal cost so important more. Alaska, adia chia and bread to do say na what see a kum obi ritual murder. Huh? That's the level we have gotten to. And to ban any fee or bit my biom. Oka, ye way, free as a chest. Na terms I can see and the denkwa. Nothing new. Just say abandoning is so useless, mediocrity to the sense that yet to me, I appointed board chairman or say CEO Emma Porter anyhow. Now so 2 hours for the past 5 years.
Oh, so I did not batema.
Catapult CEO. What jacket to yourself for the past 4 years. Now so port to be the one or so. That's MPP for you. That's MPP for you. Almost say Mahama Mayehe, Yate, Mahama SC Hospital, Edema the good people of Tempane constituency, Miami Crum, Winmadi Ombaye, Ombe created Tempane district, no Muni or Muni district block, or Muni hospital in the district block.
Ombe the hospital in the district block.
Omo team in them no castle mutim. I want to see a Juma. And then we always say a development. I mean, what is this? Do MPP actually understand development? 21st century Ghana.
It's not unfortunate. Young time, wrap up babs and find the account.
Nana Kufuado. Eko yomo de Japan report ese patase de ntumago bom. Okotwa homa de bi. Inaugurated Japan report. Japan report.
Omo ya dan.
Omo de Japan report. Edi gu patase de homa bom. Okojira ase the red carpet to ho. Ekotwa homa mse. Wa inaugurated Japan report. So one this one factory all cano. What do you mean? First stimulus packages.
Okay.
And you come as a you free Exim Bank. Exim Bank is one son of you, Mahama and son of you, I don't know. You could use Canada, and the Abo Alaska. So for Bayer, Ahotor FM, we are one factory. I mean, Guasia Bank, Mate, useless government, incompetent people, and such crooks and thieves can get the nerves to call President Mahama names. Now, Chrono Bono, what would you see in the Messiah? What is the building hospital or some kidneys and what? Mempa the US is here. Kidney, and they are saying, one year kidney be. Crama kidney, pan, the member of crama kidney. Rabbi,
a yaria dear, a titara habans, or be a rabbit to me.
What for your yanka?
Or be a to me, a yare.
Gonna bring you through more.
Mate, Mate, you are not on air. You are not on air. Maybe just wrap up. Yes, sir.
Wrap up. Okay, I see the right time by the chicken have come home to roost. Ever free estate is home.
That's right.
Every catch them say all government needs to do is on your truthful to can say on no castle bet me I run away, but them say okay no I'm going.
That's right.
You know can say first year no or more first semester or my free or my first half of the first term. Then they will go back term September to continue the second half. In that this how far our education has come to. At the right time,
that's right.
And the fact is that me offer say I find hikima. our Burma Secondary School, Abafie, the first half of the first term, no, or Babaja home for like 2-3 weeks. No, Atako she has the second half of the same first term. Do you mean new way? But we will get there one day.
Right. May I say, Bushia Babs, and I would say in Kano. Thank you for being part and parcel of this wonderful show. Na ninyina mono Haruna Amaliva and I would say in Kasanso and Babs also would say in Kam. Na me ka was Simpieso, mami repeating for the last time on the show and then. Na ninyina ne say enya nomination 5-star Ghana 2021 political show of the year. Na procedure and a process ni over dial star 447 star 714 hash na was send it na ebeba se select votes enter nominee code ni K0526 and na 4 enter number of votes u vote back 70 pesos until the over to be na u select wie pe unya enter pe do be call mobile money account mo na wa confirm payments. But the procedure no edoso ana se esoma wa ana ya nwonwura ya o twe ankwa ne honam kɔ ana ne homa kɔ fafa momo account we nso na yento emfama awa 0249 56 8822 0249 56 8822 na we nso dia ode aba ose ohene ose chief work pom kokompe Osi Alaska nu semra na nado dan kwaku fado ye attorney general no na onji akatua sa no ka che but na wa ye president enti enne watu na katua wenkyere se papa no wa dwempo bi se sika bi a wanje a akam nyina ne oji ni nyina enne Ghana ye nipa bi ehwe ye so no eye nkrofo bi a ye ndrekese pa abusha na brebe ma enkwan na ye di dwumadie no nyina ebesi na mamifa na chefa mawu a wofia wonya abotre edi etie yen sanso na maminda the entire production crew ni nyina ase minda Elon Benis kuchoke ase sanso DJ Gunshot DJ cross na simprimu na ene obo dani dan djumadi ni edima Mike ni kwe dudu na frɛ no Bobby Short obo juma papa brother Alex Amo eboa social media handles ni nyina edi ema yen ewusha me amidi juma de hu cha media midi so Emmanuel Kwesi Mate dura from Alaska the king of the airwaves na samre yes sorry so na mom Atiko Herbal Center na Ateko Herbal Center yaba be di apomudie hu nkomo kakra because you catch us nei emra nsuo tutonya Ahotor FM ni Simpieso domo enti de bia ya be chamo ade se apomudie kwan so ama won kyerɛkyerɛ ebia na oyare anu yie ewo enne nkabo a yedi eba yi mu koso aneti Ahotor 92.3 FM ahana Ghana kasa has na Ghana ti edino Emmanuel Kwesi Maduro from Alaska the king of the airwaves. Peace, shalom.
92.3 Ahotor FM Mijola Ahotor FM 92.3 92.3